Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right, cool, works. All right, here we go. See what this is all about.
Homeland Security is now called to order. Welcome back to the House, Mr. Secretary. It has been our it's been our tradition to have the Secretary of Homeland Security appear before the committee about once a year on average. And so since it's been, I think, a year ago last May, since your predecessor was in front of the committee, and we're right in the middle of the fiscal year process for 2026, we are going to have we're going to have a little visit with you, as is the tradition. And so I would like to start out by recognizing members for opening statements. I'm going to waive my opening statement. I reserve the right to do a closing statement if I see fit. But with that, and moving right along, to the gentleman from Laredo, the floor is yours for your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. And again, we want to thank you for your leadership. As you know, you'll be leaving Congress at the end of the year. And I just have to say it's been a pleasure working with you and your staff, along with our staff. So thank you again for the many years of experience. I'd like to welcome the Secretary again. It was a pleasure talking to you yesterday, and the Deputy Secretary also, Mr. Edgar also. And we look forward for your testimony and the dialogue as we start here this morning. You know, there's many issues that we want to talk about, but before I get started, I like to take this time to acknowledge the bravery of a Border Patrol agent, Alex Medellin, who, while he was off duty, he responded to a fatal plane crash in Laredo, Texas. On June 16th, he joined first responders and Good Samaritans to rescue people from the flames of an airplane that crashed there in Laredo. I understand that his bravery is a reflection of the courage and the commitment of those that serve not only Laredo, but all across the nation. But I just wanted to say thank you for that individual, that Border Patrol agent. As I move forward, we certainly want to look at hearings that we've had in the past. And I think it's, we know the work that Homeland does. It's critical to the national economic security, safeguarding physical and technological infrastructure and networks, encourage and making sure that we counter the foreign threats. And again, I appreciate all the work, and we understand the way threats have been evolving and the way this committee has been working with your department. Let me start off with the $260 billion from reconciliation. Despite the efforts of the chairman and myself, we try to finalize the funding for all of DHS in fiscal year 2026. We tried, didn't get to that, but we do know that there was a reconciliation that added $260 billion to the department. I'm a big supporter of the department, but I'm a big supporter of Article 1 of the Constitution. And that $260 billion it's more than 4 times that Congress usually allocates to the department in one fiscal year, not including the disaster relief fund. These funds were never considered by the members of this subcommittee, nor did the reconciliation include a single safeguard to keep the funding accountable to the taxpayer. That should concern every member of this appropriations panel. The power of the purse and the duty of oversight are inseparable, not because Congress is entitled to this authority, but because the American people deserve accountability. We attempted during the markup to add additional oversight to the reconciliation through various amendments, but we were not able to do that. We did have a few of those amendments that were put in the chairman's mark, and I certainly want to thank the chairman for adding some of that. A lot of the language that we were trying to add had been there for many, many, many years, but were lost when the Border Patrol and the ICE removal were removed from the F-526. And I'm a big supporter of ICE, of Border Patrol, but I want to see those safeguards. And they've been common sense measures like reporting deaths in federal custodies, minimum standards for detention contracts, partnership agreements, and certainly protections, as we talked yesterday about the Riverland in my district. I do want to say that I am thankful to the chairman because he did reserve some of those protections in the chairman's mark, and I certainly want to say thank you for that. I believe in strong border security, but it's got to be more than fiscal barriers. Especially to the border communities where we've had historical lows. I think the numbers have gone down by 96%, and I congratulate all of y'all. I did not support open borders, and I do not support open borders. But again, we got to have the right measures at the border. And keep in mind, the numbers went down without a single foot of border wall being constructed, without a single foot of border wall constructed. In my opinion, it's something that I've advocated for many years. You got to have repercussions at the border. You can't slap people on their hands and say, come into bienvenidos a los Estados Unidos. You got to have repercussions at the border. And then at the same time, you got to work with our neighbors, Mexico and other countries. And again, numbers went down. I believe that your numbers are 96% without a single foot of border wall. But again, we got to look at what's important, and technology, intelligence, well-trained personnel. I think we have reached almost 21,500 Border Patrol agents, which I support, and I supported funding for our Border Patrol. But we got to include our communities when we talk about border securities. The right policies matter. And as I mentioned, repercussions at the border for anybody that enters the border, the United States illegally, we got to have those repercussions. The reality is the $260 billion that we added, it's going to run out. It's going to run out in 3 years. And when we talk about hiring, the 21,500 Border Patrol agents, and as you know, the reconciliation added 3,000 agents to this. But at the end of this, we got to annualize their salaries. So again, we got a lot of issues that we certainly want to look at, and I look forward to asking some of the questions of Mr. Secretary. It's always a pleasure seeing you again, and the Assistant Secretaries. Look forward to working with both of y'all. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Cuellar. So I'm going to go to you now for questions. Shall I deduct a minute 44 from your questioning?
No, sir, you should add an additional minute and a half.
Thank you for your advice. I want to let the committee members know that we had a couple of ways to go with this. And so I thought it would be, especially with what's going on or not going on the floor, or that we don't know for sure what's going on the floor. We're not going to do 2 rounds of questioning, but Mr. Guest, would you like to come grab your seat? Or are you sitting by the door for reasons the rest of us should know about? If there's a problem, we'd like to go too, but anyhow. So we're going to do 1 round of 8 minutes per person to allow you, since it's been over a year, to allow everybody to have a good shot at having a discussion with the secretary, but that's it, 1 of 8. And so, and I'm going to attempt to be fairly disciplined about the 8 minutes. But with that said, we're going to turn right around. Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Secretary, would you like to do an opening statement?
Well, for the sake of time, and I think you're pushing pretty quick to get in and out, I will do what you did in way of opening statement. I think the ranking member is going to ask me the questions that he talked about, so I'd be happy to address all those. I wrote them down here and discuss them, and I can discuss them to the open market or opening, or if it's part of your questions, I'll just defer to you when you ask the questions, because there's several of them here I want to address.
As you can see, the secretary's training as a member of the House of Representatives is still strong in his ethos.
Well, I think it's part of the Senate that taught me best, but I'm kidding.
Well, okay, those 8 minute questions.
I'll be first. That's right.
So with that, we're going to start with questions. I don't see Ms. DeLauro here yet for her opening statement. So Mr. Cuellar, the floor is yours for 8 minutes for questions of the secretary.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Again, on the oversight provisions that we've had, detention, all that we had. Look, right now we know. Look, next year there might be a different chairman here, and we are certainly going to put in the chairman's mark on this. But you voted on this, I assume, when you were in the House and the Senate, because we've had a lot of those provisions. You know, standards in detentions, the protections that we talked about yesterday. You know, we added under what I call the Trump 1 administration 6 protections: SpaceX, the chapel, and all of those protections that we have down there in the Valley. They've been there since Trump 1. We negotiated with under the Trump 1, the secretary that was there in your place, and we added those protections. But then when the reconciliation came in, some folks are saying, well, you know, those dollars are outside Congress, so we're going to go ahead and do that. In the chairman's mark, the way I understand it, we did put length.
Hey, what's up, Just Mona? Hey, how's it going? Hey, what's up, everyone? I'm in Los Angeles, California, just hanging out, watching this Mark Wayne Mullin hearing that happened earlier today. Been busy all day with like work and doing errands and walking my dog. But I finally have some time to like decompress and watch some stuff. But this Mark Wayne Mullin hearing is something that piqued my interest, so figured might as well live stream it and watch it with anyone else that hasn't seen it yet, or anyone else that is going to watch it again that already watched it. But either way, I'm just live streaming it so we can all have like a little town forum, so we can all openly discuss whatever's on our minds with some friendly banter. And yeah, I appreciate anyone that's hanging out and sharing your opinions. But yeah, this happened earlier today, June 25th, Thursday, 2026. All right, here we go. And these are like the opening statements right here. But all the senators are going to start asking Mark Wayne Mullin some questions pretty soon here. And please hit the like button. Thank you.
In the chairman's mark, saying that those areas will be protected. Texas has 1,200 miles of border, and we just want those 1 mile here, 1 mile here, 1 mile here be protected. I'm hoping you can work with us dealing with those reconciliation dollars.
Thank you, Ranking Member. The reconciliation dollars and appropriation dollars are by statute two separate funding. It has two separate regulations. Same thing with detention centers and reporting language. We know the difference, and honestly, it's kind of a quagmire because we have to deal with so many different statutories. It would be easy if we just had one. And just move forward. I would prefer that because it'd be an easier way for us to report, but bureaucracy gets in its way. We understand that. The wall, my number one job is to protect the homeland. And I'm telling you, Ranking Member, I love my job. I love that President Trump gave me this opportunity. I wake up every single day and I get to protect my yard just like I protect your backyard, people in California, people in New York, people in Oklahoma. I look at it all the same. It's part of homeland. And we strive every single day. My deputy, Troy Egger, who's truly invaluable to me, we talk on a daily basis on the best way to deliver this. Rodney Scott, the head of CBP, we're meeting almost daily on the wall. Our thing that we're seeing with the wall is the cartels are always changing, and they're a threat. There's not 1 inch of Mexico's northern border that isn't covered by a plaza. Plaza is cartels, 9 cartels that control it. And they have plaza centers, they call it plazas, that they have plaza bosses. And they're always looking for vulnerabilities to push human trafficking and drug trafficking across our border. And they're getting very good at it. They're even using UAS now. That we just discovered our first tunnel in years because our wall is being effective. We are pushing them into what we consider choke points. So the more walls we put, the more we can focus on traffic areas. And we take a hard look at this. And there's members on this committee that has called me about it. And there's committee and other people throughout the House and the Senate that when you call, I answer the phone. If we got to go out there and take a look at specific areas, we will do that. I've been on helos traveling those borders. We've been on in vehicles traveling those borders to see where are the most sensitive areas, because we want to be cognitive of the surrounding areas. But we also got to take in first and foremost the safety of the homeland. And those are always something that we take in consideration when we're looking for any type of corridor.
Yes, sir. And I'm with you. I live there. I don't just go visit the border.
Yes, sir.
And I would love to have you go down to Laredo. And if you would allow me, we'll find a time to go visit. And Mexican food is pretty good down there.
I agree. But I just found out that queso is maybe like an Oklahoma thing, white queso.
Hey, we'll take any import from that. But I'd love to have you down there if you make the time, and we'll invite the chairman down there.
Sir, I'll do it. We can do it as a committee with the chair, with however you want to do it. I'll absolutely do that.
Yeah, and let me just talk about a couple of things on the border. And again, I'm with you on security on the border. Problem is the river goes this way. This is a border wall. What happens is, imagine if you were in Oklahoma, had property here, and they would take all this away. The middle of the river is actually the boundary. We're not going to put a fence in the middle of the river. We're not going to put it at the riverbanks because it will get washed off. The thing is,
hey, what's up, JS? What's up, Spaz? Hey again, Just Mona. How's it going? Hope you guys are all had a good day so far. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out with this YouTubeville watch party here. This Mark Wayne Mullin YouTubeville watch party. Got my coffee right now. It's about let's see, how long is this? It's about 2.5 hours long, and we're about 30 minutes in, so we got 2 hours left to go.
is the where they put the actual fence at. If you look at it, and I've taken planes just following down here with Michael McCall, this is the way the river is. And when you put a fence over here, you're just taking things away from property that's been there. Laredo, for example, was built in 1755, a little older than our country, and all.
Hey, JS, that's hilarious. That's why I love having these open forums, so we can all have like an open chat to comment in, because that's a good one. Thanks for the good laugh right there. Algae Cada. That's a Algae Cada. That's the first time I've heard that. That's clever.
is go down there. Let's look at the best way to provide security down there. And that's all we're asking when you go down there is just sit down with the folks there. We're patriots down there. We've been around for a long time. We live there. We just want you to come down and sit and spend a little bit of time with us there.
The ranking member, actually, the deputy just got back from there yesterday. He spent a day and a half down there. The issue that we run into is the people look at the river as being the exact location of the border. It's not. The river is moved. And when we're talking about putting a barrier, we fought this in Trump 45 when we first started looking at surveying this. And the question was, do we follow what we consider the natural barrier is the river, or what actually the lines were when we draw them, back 200 years ago. It was because of some of the court rulings, it came to that we have to look at where our actual border is, and that goes back to the Roosevelt line. So when we start looking at the Roosevelt line is where we try to put it at. And there's some circumstances where we can't always run the Roosevelt line, but where we can, we do. But that's where we try to run is our true border line.
Right. And we have fences down there in the valley, with the exceptions of those 6 exemptions that I talked about. There's our numbers from Border Patrol. Even with the fences, look at the heat maps. You still have people addressing it. And if you ask any Border Patrol chief, I haven't asked this Border Patrol, but I've asked Border Patrol chiefs from Bushwick all the way up to except for this current one. And I've asked them, how long does a border fence slow down somebody? And they have always said from a few seconds or a few minutes. So again, I'm for border security. I got about 20 seconds left because I will make sure we follow this. But look, we can talk about it. I'm for border security. You're for borders. All I ask you is to go down there. I understand Tom Holman was down there also in Laredo. Appreciate notifications before instead of hearing that from my mayor and other folks. But I ask you to go down there and spend a little bit of time with our communities.
We will do that. We are addressing a primary wall. That's why we're putting in the wall system now, which is called a secondary wall too, because the cartels have been exposing it. We're putting in smart fences, which allows us to respond when they're tampering with the wall. The second wall, which is a primary wall, which will still be within our footprint, we're constructing it sometimes at the same time. Partly, we're going to have to come back and do it, but we'll all have it done before President Trump is out of office. We'll have the complete primary and secondary wall done. And that gives us time when they cut the fence, we can react because they're doing it in very rural areas. And we can react before they can get past the secondary wall. And we know how many we're dealing with. Plus, we're using UAS now to put up with heat sensors to be able to track them and see what we're dealing with. So you're absolutely correct. The cartels have got really good, but that's what they do. They're criminals. And so every time you do something, they try to figure out a way to get around it. And we're going to defeat them at every turn.
My time is up. Thank you. By the way, according to FBI statistics, Laredo's the safest city in town.
Hey, what's up, Brett? How's it going? Good to see you, Brett.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you in Laredo.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Next, we're going to go to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford. The floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's great to see you, particularly in this position as a former law enforcement officer myself. It's great to have somebody in there that understands law and order. We wouldn't need the wall, like he said, if every administration.
Hey, you guys ever seen that movie Casino, starring Robert De Niro, and who else was in that? Joe Pesci. You guys remember that one scene where the guy had his boots on like the blackjack table, so De Niro kicked him out of the casino. But it turns out that I guess the guy's like uncle or dad or something was like a big shot politician in Las Vegas at the time. So he went to Robert De Niro's office like the next day, like begging for his nephew to get his job back. But the guy was like a real slime ball. But anyways, the reason I'm saying this story is because this guy right here, I forget his name, but this guy that's talking right here, Reminds me of that slime ball guy from Casino.
Enforce the current law as it is, but they won't. And so we need this wall. It is, the first one is an impediment. The second one gives you time to get there, and great plan. I want to speak a little bit about organized retail crime and cargo theft, because they are no longer isolated property crimes. They are sophisticated, they are interstate, and they are often transnational criminal enterprises that threaten the integrity of the U.S. supply chain. They impose higher costs on consumers and generate illicit proceeds that support these cartels who are running these things and other criminal enterprises. I would also mention that these are the non-domicile CDL drivers that are killing our American public out on our roadways because they don't know how to drive. Last month, the House overwhelmingly.
This guy that's talking right here is a racist piece of crap. Screw this guy.
The Combating Organized Retail Crime Act, CORCA. This committee also passed the FY27 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill, which we included language in that bill for the $4 million to establish the Organized Retail and Supply Chain Crime Center that would be created through CORCA. So we're funding it in advance, hoping that the Senate will do the right thing. We have to start fighting these cartels who are absolutely taking over our trucking industry. First, I'd like to know, would you agree that combating cargo theft and this organized crime is imperative to our national security? And from a homeland security perspective.
Hey, what's up, Brett? Hey, hope you don't mind, but I threw the blue wrench back at you. Because it looks like in July we'll be able to start. I think the sanctions will be lifted off of us, so got to get some blue wrenches up in the house. So if you don't want it, I'll take it back. I'll remove it, but yeah, I figure you were one before, and you're pretty trusted, so I'll give you another blue wrench if you decide to keep it. But I think a good approach would be to we'll just keep it going the same. We're all out here just trying to inform each other, and appreciate it. Appreciate all the stuff you did before, hanging out and keeping some law and order. LOL.
How important is it that Congress provides DHS with the tools and statutory?
Hey, what's up? Netanyahu says hello, Goy. That's hilarious. We got BB in the house. Hey, BB, stop committing war crimes and genocide.
That CORCA gives to treat organized retail crime and supply chain crime truly is a national security threat.
Thank you, Sheriff or Carson, for the I call you Sheriff.
Please.
Yes. Okay. Sheriff, thank you for that question. It is something that we're seeing organized crime expanding into. Unfortunately, underneath the Biden administration,
Oh yeah, no worries. If you're not around, you're not around. It's no big deal. Obviously, real life, comes first. Like anything, YouTube's just secondary.
The network, because there was just no enforcement on this. Mm-hmm. The Trump administration has had a zero policy, and we're kicking all the networks. We're going from the cities on down to the borders. That's part of the president's enforcement, is going by city, because they do have networks there. And what we're seeing is cartels and other organizations that are.
Hey, Brett, I forget who the other mods are that we had before, but I know Dan Fries. If you hear from Dan Fries, let him know. Hopefully he's around. I want to throw the blue wrench back at him too. Aloha Kitty's back in the house. She's been hanging out. I forget who the other mods were we had, but we had a good team going. We had a good team going before we got the sanctions.
we are having a strong effect on because of the human trafficking that we have taken away from the borders, from the middle of traffic.
Hey, what's up, Eric Klein?
And across, they're moving more towards the retail theft. There's been a kind of hands-off policy. We're seeing this really bad in sanctuary cities. We're seeing CDLs, drivers, that they're not required to have the same amount of training.
Hey, what's up, Jess Mona? You want a blue wrench? Yeah, I'll throw you a blue wrench if you want one. You've been around for a long time, and you seem pretty trustworthy. So, yeah, no problem. Thanks for nominating yourself. Appreciate it.
Hours in a truck or months or years of service, they can just simply switch their DOT number out and move right on. And we're seeing that they're directly tied to it, and we're seeing CDLs come out with.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah, you must have got the blue wrench probably not too long before I got sanctioned. So that's why I couldn't recall. But now that I think about it, yeah, I think you did, yeah. All right, cool. Add just Mona as a moderator over here. All right, cool.
It says no name. Oklahoma, I would say we're one of the strongest to enforce this, but cooperation we have with the.
Oh yeah, Amber Leslie too. Yeah, for sure.
7G program, we can combat this because ICE, even though people consider them just rounding up illegals, ICE is Immigration Custom Enforcement. HSI, who falls underneath ICE, is also part of that. They combat human trafficking, retail theft all the time. For Congress to convey their interest in this, we have the authorities already to do it, but to convey it helps us get more cooperation from sanctuary states and sanctuary cities saying that this is different. Because when you have these sanctuary governors and sanctuary mayors that go out and say you cannot cooperate at all with ICE, what they're doing is at the same time saying you can't cooperate not just with immigration, but with other investigations that ICE does, which is much more than that. And so it really handcuffs us from being able to do it. So what we're doing is we're hitting all the red states, we're hitting the blue states that will cooperate with us, but we're just pushing them then into these high sanctuary cities, which is why you're seeing retail leave on a constant basis, which is not good for the economy. It's not good for anybody to do that. So the more you guys can help us and convey your interest, especially, this should be a bipartisan issue. This be something that no one is looking at this as a blue or red issue. This is across the state, because when we lose a pharmacy, or you lose a grocery store, or you lose a mom and pop shop, or you lose a jewelry store because they're getting robbed to death, literally, and no one's enforcing it, that's not good for anybody. That affects all your all's.
These mom and pop shops and grocery stores that he's talking about are getting robbed to death by the Orange Man himself and all his failed policies, like the tariffs and the unlawful war, that raised up the prices in all the small businesses to be able to keep up. So if you ask me, it's the Orange Man that's robbing the American people, Mark Wayne Mullin.
I almost said all of ours, but I guess are all your guys' constituents now. And we just simply want to enforce laws. What we don't do at DHS is pick and choose which law to enforce. We enforce the laws that Congress passed.
Right, and I think it's important that DHS and DOT, that we come together on this, because part of the enforcement, I can tell you, if you want to end this, let's start seizing some of those trucks instead of giving passing the cargo on. And when we stop these
we have the
drivers who are violating cabotage, let's start some seizures and forfeitures on these vehicles, and that'll stop.
We actually have that authority through the 287G program. And when I go back to
hey, what's up, Loch Ness Monster? Hey, I like your name. That's a good name. And thank you for your comment. Loch Ness Monster says, we will lose almost 700 hospitals after their Medicaid cuts this fall. Guess they will blame that on immigrants too. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's all they can do, because they're just, everything that Donald Trump touches is just nothing but failures. And his, everyone that's in his inner circle, they're all failures too. So that's all they can do is just blame Biden and blame immigrants and blame the LGBTQ community,
Oklahoma, even though we have 4.3 million people in the state, we have more arrests under the 287G program, and we've revoked and confiscated more illegal CDL drivers than any other state. The only one that has more arrests is Florida. Their population is quite different. Oklahoma has stopped, revoked license, and arrested and confiscated vehicles more than any other state because we have complete cooperation with the 287G program.
You know, I'm glad you brought up 287G because that leads right into my next issue. Because when I was sheriff, I started the 287G program within my jail.
I didn't know it was that old.
Oh yeah.
I'm kidding, sir.
But here's the thing. We've made significant investments in the program, and I want to say thank you. You all have done so much in expanding the 287G program across the country. I think there's now over 2,000 state and local agencies involved in the program.
Hey, what's up here, Meow? Yeah, I do the vertical stream because for some reason when it I don't know, I guess it's like the app, it like pushes out the vertical more than the horizontal, you know. So, but I'll try to do a horizontal next time.
That's phenomenal. So can you talk a little bit about that and how important that is? I can tell you that.
Actually, what I'm planning on doing, because I have like a desktop computer, but it's like old. I don't know. I think it's like an Apple desktop computer, but I remember like a couple years ago, I had the OBS app, so I was able to stream from like my computer onto like YouTube live stream where it looked like normal, kind of like all these other people do, But for some my computer, I guess it's outdated, so it doesn't support like that OBS app. So I got to get a new computer to be able to like do that. But hopefully soon. But honestly, I'm cool doing this too. But eventually, I'll get around to that too.
Who retired told me in the hearing it's the best thing since sliced bread, and we can't get these though.
Yeah, once I get my desktop computer going, I'll have like a little square box in the corner that's the Husky cam, so it'll just be like a camera on Carlo the Husky.
Sanctuary cities and states that participate in this program, and I like your idea, Mr. Secretary.
Hey, hear me out. Hey, thanks for the information. Okay, StreamYard. I'll look into that. Yeah, I'm not tech savvy at all, but yeah, thank you.
Find a way to hold them accountable.
Yeah, so the 287G has been super successful for us. One of the things that I want to kind of tie back to, because again, that's allowing us to have the partnerships with all the sheriff organizations. The Secretary's been very focused on recovering UACs, children that made it across the border, 450,000. Through the Secretary's leadership and working with the White House, we've been able to use the 287G program. We've been using Big Beautiful Bill money to actually work and fund that, basically helping the Sheriff's Department and going out and working with us to help us locate these kids. We've located over about, 100?
Hey, what's up, vulnerability expert? Yeah, it's mind-boggling how like Donald Trump ran his whole campaign on releasing these like Epstein files and going after all the bad guys, that are guilty of all their heinous crimes. And then look who he has as his Secretary of Commerce. Howard Nutlick, or aka Howard Lutnick, and he was over there island hopping with with Epstein on Epstein Island, and he lied under oath about it. And there were neighbors for decades. They're all in the Trumpstein class.
Yeah,
147,000.
147,000, and again, it really thanks to you guys funding the Big Beautiful Bill, being able to give us the money, and really with the partnerships with the sheriffs, this also helps build your local communities. This money goes directly to them. That helps them build up their facilities, their capital, their cars, all of that stuff. So,
oh, hey, what's up, Al? Hey, good to see you. Hey, trying to get the band back together. So, hey, Al. I remember you were a moderator before. Let me know if you want the blue wrench again, because coming this July, we'll have the sanctions lifted off of us.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I see my time is up, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Florida. You are now tied with the gentleman from Laredo for best timekeeping.
All right, sounds good, Al. Appreciate you.
It is my understanding that the distinguished ranking member of the full committee wants unanimous consent to enter her opening statement in the record. So if that's true, without objection, so ordered, and the floor is yours for 8 minutes for questions.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, because I was late and my colleagues have been sitting here, I do want to put my statement in the record, but let me just have my colleagues go first and then I'll come back. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Your statement will be entered in the record, and we now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois for 8 minutes for her questions.
Secretary Mullin, I want to discuss FEMA's denial of disaster assistance for families in Illinois. You and I both come from communities that deal with tornadoes. Just last week, Northern Illinois was under a tornado watch as severe storms swept through the region, downing trees, disrupting flights in and out of Chicago, and leaving thousands without power. And between August 16th and 19th of last year, severe thunderstorms, extreme rainfall, flooding and damaging winds impacted communities across Northern Illinois. Homes were damaged, roads were flooded, power lines were down, and families suffered significant losses. Illinois requested a major disaster declaration that included individual assistance, which helps affected families pay for home repairs, property losses, childcare, temporary housing, moving assistance, moving expenses, and recovery costs. FEMA denied Illinois' request in October. Illinois appealed in November. Then on
Hey, what's up, Joe Donovan? Nobody's joining any Trumplet turds. If anything, they're all jumping ship. And I suggest you do the same.
7th, 2026, FEMA denied the appeal and reaffirmed its decision. Unfortunately, Illinois is not alone. Since President Trump took office, the number of disaster declarations approved has been 30% lower than the historical average. And there's reason to be concerned that they're being politicized. An analysis from March of this year found that FEMA approved just 23% of disaster requests from Democratic-led states compared to 89% from Republican-led states. Don't get me wrong. Concerns about FEMA's response are coming from both sides of the aisle, including from your former Republican colleagues in the Senate. This should not be a partisan issue. Americans expect timely disaster assistance decisions that follow the law, not politics. What makes this even harder to understand is that Republicans have provided DHS with tens of billions of dollars through reconciliation funding twice on top of annual appropriations. Your department has repeatedly stated that this funding could support operations for years, yet families in my district were told there was no assistance or funds available to help them recover. On top of that, this committee does not have a comprehensive spend plan explaining how these funds are being used, despite my repeated requests over the last several months. Secretary Mullin, will you commit to a member-level meeting with my colleagues and I to discuss why Illinois' disaster declaration was denied and to see how we can support my constituents?
Ma'am, we haven't denied anybody a meeting with us. If you reach out, we'll meet with you. Just as long as and we'll do it in a timely fashion, maybe not the next day, but we'll get to it as soon as possible. But I do want to address if you don't mind, what you talked about here on politicizing it, because I
actually don't want to talk about politicizing
well,
it. I want to meet with you.
You made some accusations here about President Trump that's actually not accurate. Because if you're going to make accusations, though, you have to let us respond back.
You're claiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you're lying about it.
Mr. Chairman.
Because you don't want to hear the truth.
Mr. Chairman, this week, President Trump.
Man, this Mark Wayne Mullin guy is so unqualified. He's too emotional. I mean, he's just a plumber. Like, the guy just needs to go back to doing plumbing or something. But I think that's probably the reason why they hired Mark Wayne Mullin, because Donald Trump probably be clogging up his golden toilet with his dirty diaper every day. So he figured, I'll just hire Mark Wayne Mullin and kill two birds with one stone or something, you know? Who knows? But I don't know who's more incompetent or evil. Is Kristi Noem or Mark Wayne Mullin? It's a toss-up. And Kristi Noem murdered a dog. And she murdered U.S. citizens. Renee Good and Alex Preddy, R.I.P. They were executed.
The record will reflect.
By Orange Man's Gestapo goon squad.
Agreed to meet with the lady and her folks. And since I'm trying to keep people in 8 minutes, Please proceed.
Thank you. This week, President Trump's nominee to head FEMA, Cameron Hamilton, appeared before the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee and pledged that FEMA would be fair and reasonable when evaluating requests for disaster aid. Secretary Mullin, will you make the same commitment as Mr. Hamilton to evaluate disaster requests fairly, reasonably, and without regard to politics? Yes or no?
It's interesting that you won't allow me to answer those questions. I can explain it to you because I don't look at states different between blue or red. I look at them across the country as a whole. If you actually want to know what we're doing, I'll be happy to. So you're not worried about this. I don't look at this any different, ma'am. And I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to fight with you. I like facts.
Great.
Accusations doesn't help anybody.
I appreciate
the more you're informed, the better you know,
and
because you're saying some stuff that's not true.
And I hope that Illinois receives the same fair consideration as any other state. Now, I'd also like to address another deeply concerning matter, detainees who died while in your custody. Secretary Mullin, since Donald Trump took office, DHS's immigration detention system has been plagued by medical neglect, abuse, overcrowding, and a historically high death rate. I saw these dangerous conditions with my own eyes, and I visited the Miami Correctional Facility in Bunker Hill, Indiana, where I met with individuals who told me that it takes months to receive medication refills, including for life-threatening illnesses like diabetes. Others reported being
Oh yeah, they're racially profiling people. You know, U.S. citizens off the street, just people in general. They're just out there driving around, racially profiling people, kidnapping them. And then sending them to these like inhumane concentration camps where they're feeding them like maggots and moldy bread, denying them medication, charging outrageous prices for them to like make phone calls to their families, putting them in like solitary confinement. And who knows what else they're doing? I mean, they're kidnapping. They're putting kids in jail. It's crazy.
Infected boils and other serious conditions. So it's no surprise that a detainee at that facility died shortly after my visit, or that more detainees died in ICE custody in 2025 than ever before. Secretary Mullin, does DHS have any official specific internal goals or policies to reduce deaths in custody?
Ma'am, your numbers just aren't accurate. We've had 0.009%. You're asking about this. It's 0.009% of deaths. And we've had 54 total in the president's time. Those are dangerous accusations you're making.
Mr. Secretary.
Those are dangerous accusations that she's making. Because in the state of Illinois, they're twice as high to die in the state penitentiary of Illinois than they are in the
You are invited to this committee. This is my time.
And you need to be informed by what you're saying.
I am informed.
No, you're not, ma'am.
Mr. Secretary,
Wow, what a big baby Mark Wayne Mullin is. Just like the orange clown. They're all a bunch of big babies.
Do you realize that? Do you realize that we have one doctor per 1,000 for detention centers for our federal detention centers in the state of Illinois? They have one per 1,800, but yet she wants to focus on our detention centers.
You'll get your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I guess this is a good place to stop. We are trying to keep members to 8 minutes. Mr. Secretary, you know that too. That's fine. So we all know how the clock works. The idea is to get.
Hey, what's up, Kathy? Is wondering what we're doing about this. What we're doing about this is we're gonna vote out all these MAGA meat-riding, orange ball-licking, clown show politicians out of office. Every single one of them. Blue wave tsunami coming. So all these maggots out there, enjoy your last 4 months of your orange daddy, because once the blue wave tsunami comes through, he's going to be removed, impeached, and in prison. We're going to take back the House and the Senate, both chambers, and we're going to go into these red states, clean them up, bring back some law and order, and we'll be the hottest country since Biden.
So forward questions. I'm going to have you repeat your question when we start up again.
Thank you.
But I can tell you this. If this format won't work, then we'll reschedule the meeting for later when we can keep it to all the issues accordingly. So this is the efficient way to do it. But if we can't do it the efficient way, then we'll go to plan B, which will not be today. And I don't interrupt anybody. I'm just saying.
Hey, what's up, Spaz? Spaz says, thanks to the Supreme Court, lice no longer have to report the detainees' deaths. Yeah, I heard a report on that. Yeah, it's messed up. I mean, I think the statistics are so. Last time I checked, it's probably gone way up, but like they've pretty much like killed like 60 people in their custody. When in the last 10 years before Trump, it might have been like 10. So it's shot up like 500%.
This is not Meet the Press or Fox News or whatever for anybody involved. It's what's the question? What's the answer? Mr. Secretary, if you need more time to respond to that, the committee will make any of your comments part of the record, and we will endeavor to make sure that you get to meet with whoever wants more time. But while we've got the whole committee sitting here, we're not going to do the XYZ debate, whatever the heck. So, ma'am, please repeat your question. And as near as I can figure, you got about 4 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Secretary Mullin, does DHS have any specific internal document, policies, or goals to reduce deaths in custody?
And we do a wonderful job on providing medical to. We're doing a wonderful job at it. We have 0.009% of deaths in our
whether
prison,
the department that you lead,
which is a lot better than the state of Illinois.
Is it your testimony that you do not know whether or not the department that you lead has a policy to reduce deaths in custody?
No, I did not say that, ma'am.
You didn't answer my question.
Yes, I did. You're making accusations and you're not even looking at your own state.
No, you have no policy or plan to reduce deaths in custody.
That's not
now,
true.
2 months ago, I asked ICE.
Our medical staff does a phenomenal job. In fact, every detainee sees a doctor or a nurse with every 2 weeks.
I reclaim my time.
Can I ask your next question?
Okay. 2 months ago, I asked ICE Director Todd Lyons the same question. He said that ICE, quote, hopes that there will be no deaths in custody, but admitted that the agency had no actual policy in place to prevent them. Rather than implement one, he resigned just a few hours later. Secretary, since that hearing, 3 more people have died in ICE's custody, and those are the only deaths that we know about based on your agency's public reporting. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record a report that came out today from Human Rights Watch and Physicians for Human Rights titled Dying in Detention, Rising Deaths in an Expanding U.S. Immigration Detention System.
Without objection, so ordered.
So much, Mr. Chairman. Drawing on government records, detention data, and expert medical reviews, this report outlines 52 deaths in ICE custody during President Trump's second term and highlights the concerns we've been raising to your department regarding the lack of access to medical care, suicide prevention, transparency, and accountability in detention facilities. Secretary Mullin, ICE's detainee death reporting has not been updated since April 28th of 2026. The death rate in ICE custody has doubled during President Trump's second term. Will you commit to reporting detainee deaths as required by law?
We do report them, ma'am. No one,
So
I don't know. We report what you're talking about is what Congress has asked us to do, which we're not required to do, is report the deaths after they're released. That doesn't make any sense. They're not under our watch at that point. They die in our release.
Hey, what's up? Builder Trash says due process, etc., they are not citizens. But Builder Trash, and I don't know if you've ever read the Constitution or not, but the Constitution covers anybody, and I repeat, anybody, regardless of their status, that's on U.S. soil. I mean, you can Google it. Here, I'll make it easy for you. Open your browser, type in, does the U.S. Constitution apply to everybody that's on U.S. soil, ? And then hit enter. And then if you're able to read, feel free to read it.
Is it your testimony that there have been no deaths since April 28th?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so are you going to commit to complying with the required reporting requirement?
And we were shut down for 115 days under this department. So I don't know what we just now reopened. So I don't know what reports you want us to do. You weren't willing to fund us. You want the reports, but you don't want to fund us? That makes no sense.
And has been taking up my time.
What's your next question?
My next comment is that the ICE...
No, there's no questions. It's just comments.
No, I had a question. He didn't answer my question. And so
the record will reflect that. What's your next question?
Yes, sir. There is a policy of reviewing and publicly reporting deaths that occur within 30 days of a detainee's release from custody. And that policy existed to...
Hey, what's up, Spaz? I feel you. Yeah, it's pretty sad what's happening to a lot of poor folks out there, you know? A lot of people are suffering out there because of this orange man.
is from avoiding accountability by releasing seriously ill people shortly before they die.
What's messed up is the orange man, like the guy doesn't care about anybody but himself. So, and they're already doing all this craziness to like U.S. citizens. So he doesn't care about nobody. He doesn't care about anybody's civil rights or constitutional rights. They're just kicking people. Remember that dude that got his door kicked down and they dragged like in the freezing snow, and they dragged him out in like his underwear, and it turns out he was a U.S. citizen, so they just like drove him around the block. And then there was another guy that, a U.S. citizen that he was like special needs, but they dropped him off in like the freezing cold, and the guy froze to death.
As a nurse, I find this deeply troubling change in their reporting posture. Families deserve answers, and Congress should be able to conduct oversight, and the American people should have confidence that deaths connected to federal detention are not being hidden through administrative loopholes or filibustering. Transparency is not optional. There are laws and reporting requirements, and if this administration is unwilling to account for what happens to people in its custody, then it's Congress's role.
Hey, what's up, Travis Murphy? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Hey, happy Friday, everyone. I'm in Los Angeles, so it's about to be midnight, so it's Friday now, guys. I'm sure a lot of other people are out there on various time zones. It might be Friday already, but TGIF.
Whether it deserves more authority, more detention capacity, or any additional cent from the American people. Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me finish my comments, and I yield back.
Thank you. You have been much more timely than a couple of your predecessors on either side of the aisle, and I appreciate that. Mr. Shree, you were here first. Are you having a good time so far? The floor is yours for 8 minutes for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been interested by the chippy discussion this morning, and the subject is important. I appreciate this opportunity to put some questions to our Secretary. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being with us. Saw you in Indianapolis not too terribly long ago when you came in with Senator Young. So congratulations on the new work. I want to use my time to focus on some practical issues that matter to my home state. The subjects are roadway safety, trade processing, and counter drone readiness. And so if I could start with roadway safety, Sheriff Rutherford spoke in this lane to some degree, but Indiana, like Texas and other states, specifically suffered 2 crashes recently involving individuals that were unlawfully present in the U.S. operating commercial vehicles. 5 Hoosiers were killed. These tragedies.
Hey, what's up, Queen Session? Absolutely. Yeah, vote out every single one of these Trump loyalist politicians, because they all take an oath to the orange man and not the Constitution. There's a bunch of rubber stampers with no spines. They all got to be voted out.
There's a weakness in our federal verification system. In both cases, the drivers were able to obtain or to maintain CDLs, commercial driving privileges, because the DHS SAVE system did not accurately reflect their immigration status. That's why I introduced the Verify Act.
Hey, what up, Brett? Hey, all right, for sure. Good to see you. Hope you have a good Friday out there. Catch you later.
This is pretty straightforward. It modernizes SAVE to make sure states have accurate, timely immigration information before issuing or renewing licenses to people that can plow an 80,000-pound rig up and down our highways. Hoosier families, like families across our country, deserve confidence that this federal system is working, that the information is timely, that ineligible drivers are not allowed to get behind the wheel of these big rigs. Mr. Secretary, how will the Verify Act help ensure that states can quickly timely identify illegal aliens before licenses are issued or renewed? And if I may append to that, what additional steps is DHS taking to ensure that CDLs meet all federal requirements that are already in place, sir?
Well, Congressman, we work closely with Secretary Duffy with Department of Transportation to do this. That obviously falls underneath.
Oh man, Secretary Duffy's just another one of those Trump reality star losers that's incompetent, that has a position, on the cabinet that they absolutely do not deserve. Did you guys see? Hey, so I saw a clip of that Duffy clown. He was over there at that like Trump like bizarre like speech he did yesterday at some fair for like some 250. I don't know, so like his like some speech he did at some fair, and Sean Duffy was up there like saying something along the lines of like libtards, and it's crazy because his daughter is standing right next to him, and she has Down syndrome. What a piece of crap that the whole Trump regime is just all a bunch of losers. Bunch of poop heads. Dookie Don.
His committee, and but we do find him on the road when we're enforcing 287G. When we do, we report it to him. So when we're doing road enforcement, we work hand in hand with the Department of Transportation. When it actually comes to the license being sent out, we can investigate them if they're being done illegally. The standards that is set for federal, not state CDLs, but federal. So if you're crossing state lines or interstate versus intrastate, when that happens, we are constantly in communication with other agencies as well. So some of this stuff, especially if it's negligent, we can work closely with the FBI if we feel like it's.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Bruna Canna? That's hilarious. Bruna Canna says, your president is a reincarnation of Satan, LOL. Honestly, if Satan were to see, I don't even think Satan would accept Trump into the depths of hell where he belongs. He's probably like, yo, man, like you're so evil, you don't even like we can't even accept you in hell.
Crime to which the sheriff referred to a while ago, when we're talking about unlawful CDLs that are issued for international or for intrastate, not just interstate, then we also work closely with the Department of Transportation. We go after the illegals that should never have the documentation to begin with. So when we find the documentations, we work with that. And Congressman, can I ask you to do me a favor and let me respond to Ms. Underwood as she wouldn't, so I can point out some of the hypocrisy between the federal detention centers, but yet most Democrats don't pay attention to their own correctional facilities because we see this quite common in our state. So just some facts here. Illinois has failed in 29 of their facilities to have adequate medical or dental care. That's from their own state health inspectors. Illinois employees.
Man, so these ICE and DHS, what do they get in that big bogus bill? They got like $170 billion or something like that, and they can't even afford good microphones. Like Mullin's microphone is kind of like staticky.
16 full-time physicians for 29 facilities across the state. We're 1 for 1. Every detention center has a doctor put on staff. Illinois has a quarter of their facilities that don't have a medical director. 60% of their nursing positions are vacant right now. By the way, this isn't the state of Illinois. They have one doctor per 1,875 detainees. We have 1 per 1,000. Plus, we have nurse anesthetists that offset much of it. Illinois' state correctional facility doesn't. So I would suggest that maybe our Democrats should look at their own backyard and look at their actual constituent base. We have people in our detention centers that enter this country illegally, and we're trying to get them off our streets because one death at the hand of an illegal is 100% preventable. And they shouldn't be in this country if they didn't come here legally.
All right.
Hey, what's up, Captain Homer? What's up, YouTubeville?
I was glad to offer you that time to respond to my colleague from Illinois and then back to Indiana. We have
Very good. You have 3 minutes on the Indiana project.
Mr. Secretary. Indianapolis is not only my home, but it's home to the second largest FedEx air hub. And the subject of foreign trade zones matters much to distribution-based economies such as that which we have in Indiana, the crossroads of America. Businesses in and around my district depend on the functioning of these foreign trade zones. They offer not just logistical convenience for Hoosier manufacturers and employers. They mean savings through duty restrictions, lower processing fees, reduced costs, helping companies compete. And we compete globally, doing value-added work here in the U.S. The foreign trade zone application process is handled by CBP.
Hey, what's up, Aloha guy? Hey, that's a good description right there of Mark Wayne Mullin right there. He's an angry little chipmunk. That's a good one.
And there have been significant delays, in some cases 6 months to 12 months in those applications. I know CBP is operating.
Hey, what's up, Sybil? I have a better idea. I say deport every single MAGA cult member back to Jonestown. That'll make America really good.
Resource constraints. And I appreciate the work our officers are doing under difficult circumstances. The fiscal year 27 House mark includes important investments in CBP that may enable, modernization in the automated commercial environment improvements. What resources could CBP benefit from to ensure that companies in Indiana and beyond can take full advantage of these foreign trade zone programs quickly and efficiently?
Consistent funding is the most important thing we can have, which is what Reconciliation 2.0 does. It gives us 3 years of full funding, so we can't allow some of the radical that serves in our chambers to play games with our custom border protection. When we talk about having funding that's been shut down 4 times over the last fiscal year, the last time was 115 days, it makes it very difficult for us to deploy new technology, more techniques, and it's very hard to hire when you're shut down and no one's getting paid. It's very, very difficult. Having consistent funding, we have the men and women inside all DHS, but especially through CBP, that can do their job, and they're experts at it. We have new technology that we're constantly wanting to deploy. I will say, because of the Republicans in both chambers passing Reconciliation 2.0, which President Trump's initiative, we're going to be able to have new technology to keep these trade zones operating and keep our economy moving forward, which right now, because of President Trump, he constantly says it. We were a dead country. Now we're a thriving country. We're the hottest country in the world because people want to do business inside the United States, and we need to be effective and efficient on bringing products in and out of this country.
I appreciate the Secretary's commitment. Much of this shouldn't be ideological. We just got to take care of the
It creates jobs. That's right.
Mr. Secretary, I appreciate your testimony and the time today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
To my colleague from the Hoosier State, thank you for winning the Timekeeper Award for today, and your first place position is probably pretty strong. I'm just guessing. To the gentleman from Hawaii, whose name is not King, but Case, Mr. Case, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cuellar. I appreciate that.
I see that your time has expired.
Mr. Secretary, I want to return to a point that Mr. Cuellar for real made in his opening statement, which comes down to this basic point. We've thrown a heck of a lot of money at Homeland Security in the last few years. We started with a base budget for Homeland Security of $62 billion in FY 2025. Of course, for FY 2026, we had the...
Oh, by the way, for anyone that's just tuning in, or if anyone's wondering what we're watching, this is a hearing that happened today. Mark Wayne, it's titled DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullin testifies before the House. So I'm watching it for my first time, so I figured I'll just live stream it so we can all have a town hall so everyone can all openly discuss, have, friendly debates or whatever, share information, criticisms, concerns, whatever's on your mind. So I figured I'm watching it anyways, might as well live stream it so we can have having a chat about it, makes it feel like I'm watching it with random people around. So it's kind of like kicking back in my living room right here, watching it with people around the world. So appreciate anyone that's here.
ICE and CBP at 48 billion, back to 65 billion in FY27 as passed out by this committee over the objections of all Democrats. But most directly, $191 billion in reconciliation in 25 and another 70 in 26 for a total of $261 billion. Now, granted, that's spread out over a number of years.
Hey, what up? What up, Rock James? Hey, good to see you. Hope you had a good day. Happy Friday, buddy.
The committee's concern, and I think this goes to all members of the committee, is really a failure to itemize where that reconciliation money is actually going. It's been very, very slow in all departments for us to get information on the reconciliation money. And so I'm just wanting to understand.
Oh, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Yeah, can't complain. Walking and talking. Kicking back with Carlo the Husky dog right here. He's just kicking back. And I got a carne asada burrito I'm gonna eat pretty soon here. But I'm pre-gaming with some coffee and some bong loads and about to dive into this carne asada burrito pretty soon.
What information the department has provided to the committees of jurisdiction, both funding and authorization, on your actual utilization of the reconciliation monies. And, I asked that in the two tranches. First of all, the 191 billion. Do we have the information from you we need now to know where you're spending that money? And then the 70 billion as well, which is more recent, granted, but we still need that information to make budget decisions.
Congressman, thank you for the question. And I just got to say, honestly, you guys have a beautiful state. I hate what you guys have been through since I've been in office. You guys have had 2 trillion gallons of water dumped on your beautiful state. Earthquakes and volcanoes. And Governor Green and I have worked very closely together. I seriously think I talk to him more than I do my own governor of the state of Oklahoma. There's not a week that goes by we're not visiting. We've done pretty good about getting you funding there.
I'm in Los Angeles, California.
It's interesting because through reconciliation, we're required by statute on what we report and what we don't report. Because we had to go through reconciliation to get funded, it should have been that way. I would love to have done it through regular order because we had some substantive changes that was in the first bill that we brought up, but because we started playing politics with it, and I'm sure that wasn't you, but there was politics that's played with it because there's no excuse for not funding ICE and CBP. There's reconciliation issues that on the statute side of it, but we are trying to be as transparent with all the dollars that we spend. There's nothing that we don't want to share. We have nothing to hide. I tell all of our employees, we do stuff here. I don't do anything under the table. I understand that we were way behind on reporting from the previous secretary. We're trying to catch up on all the letters that was sent. We're trying to catch up on all the requests that was sent and some of the stuff that we're behind. We're not there yet, but I can tell you, I'll let the deputy talk about this. This week, his office and the undersecretary's office, once it gets filled, works on this nonstop.
So the short answer is we, especially for the 191 billion, we have all the detail that's required. I did see letters coming through from this committee asking for this information. Of the 191, there's approximately 124 billion that we've actually apportioned, worked with OMB going through, and we've committed or obligated about 66 billion at this point.
And has that information been made available to us?
It will be made available. There's the reporting process that and like the secretary said, with the delay, we've had a lot of challenges with the back office with all the delays with the shutdowns, but we'll be getting everything updated. And then within the department, we absolutely track this very carefully.
Okay, and what about the 70 billion? Is that not due to us yet?
The 70 billion obviously passed fairly recently. All the department or the 2 areas, ICE and CBP, are putting together their spend plans, working with OMB to get the apportionments. And once the apportionments are in place, we'll start working through the obligations that will follow the same path that we're going through right now with the 190 billion.
Okay. One of the concerns with the 70 billion as we went through that debate was that 5 billion of that 70 billion was allocated to the secretary's office unspecified. First of all, do you agree with that? I just want to make sure we're on the same page. And second, what exactly are the plans for the secretary to have 5 billion to spend at his discretion?
Yeah, the 5 billion is very similar to what you saw in the 190 billion OSUM fund that we had out there for the secretary. And it's really kind of broken up into kind of two categories between the judicial or stuff that's done non-immigration and the 2.5 that would be potentially stuff that we could do to augment stuff. And the example that I would say the Secretary's been very focused on is counter UAS. So this type of money outside of a program of record allows the Secretary the flexibility to whether, where we're only spending $40 to $60 million a year, he can go all in, set up a task force and put in, up to probably $500 to $600 million at his discretion.
And we're also doing 3.5 billion is going to ice cutters. We had one ice cutter. President Trump's initiative is get us up to actually get to 50, but we're doing 11. We're buying some of that through Section 90007, which is the Secretary's fund, replenishing some of it with the 5 billion out of this.
Hey, what's happening, Chas? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Friday out there. Chas says Trump ruined America. Oh yeah, every day. Every day he's ruining it more and more. That's why it's important we vote out all these MAGA cult members. Take back the House and the Senate this November. Blue wave tsunami.
Station 2.0. This is also the way we were able to keep CBP and ICE operating during the 115-day shutdown. And then the counter UAS were vulnerable. Extremely vulnerable, and it was it was made more apparent during our preparation for FIFA. So for the first time in history, we have all 11 stadiums covered with counter UAS. It's never happened before. In fact, none of these stadiums even had counter UAS. So this funding, because there's no line item for counter UAS in our budget, we were able to use this funding, which is a lot because we got to work with local partners, and we also got to reimburse certain agencies too. So this gives us the ability to flex when we need to because of the new threats that are facing the homeland every single day that isn't always line item.
Okay, thank you. I think we all want the information on how you're spending that money very transparently. I appreciate your comment on transparency. And by the way, I don't want to let your comment on FEMA's help to Hawaii go undiscussed. We have, in fact, had major challenges, and FEMA has been very, very good. And in prior hearings with your predecessor, I commented in particular that what appeared to be a vendetta against FEMA was completely uncalled for, given what FEMA has actually done for Hawaii on the ground with 3 straight disasters in the last couple of years. So appreciate your partnership on that.
Governor Green has been very helpful in this because the way he reports to us when some governors don't, his accountability, what he says, what he gets reports on a timely manner, the way he communicates is the key to getting this done.
I'm texting him as we speak to say that you're saying nice things about him. So
don't say it, don't publish it. Don't hope that is the only.
This is published. My time is about to expire, and I'm not going to incur Mr. Cuellar's wrath. And so I'm going to list some questions for rhetorical purposes. Why does the Coast Guard need $2 billion more in the supplemental, which was submitted yesterday, number one? Will you reverse course on the cuts to CISA, which I think are penny wise and pound foolish? Oh
yeah, I just heard a report recently that I hadn't heard about before, but that's another Donald Trump grift. Is he's selling like his own like merchandise for the coast, at the Coast Guard.
How much you actually? I'm going to stop right there because I'm over time. I don't want to get in trouble.
Can I answer those real quick? I can do it real quick. So,
Mr. Secretary, I can make it easy for you. I am going to yield Mr. King, who some know as Mr. Case, 2 minutes of my questioning time for you to answer those 2 questions.
Well, it won't take me 2 minutes. So the $2 billion supplement fund that we sent back, we've had a tremendous amount of more expense because of the threats that are facing us with the actions in Iran. Plus the narco boats that we're having in, those weren't there. The president has put a tremendous amount of emphasis on putting new cutters on the water and utilizing the Coast Guard in a way that hasn't been used before. That comes with manning power too. And so the $2 billion to stand up to meet the force needs of us moving forward, and also on some reimbursement costs that we incurred during the shutdown. So while we were shut down, DOW was paying our fuel bill. Because we still had missions, our international waters, and it wasn't, they weren't patrolling themselves. And since we didn't have the funding, we had to do it. And so that's reimbursing also to the DOW and for our mission sets.
And you have.
Oh, and counter US, sorry. Counter US, yes, or CISA, I mean. CISA, absolutely. Listen, CISA has very unique authorities, and we have adversaries that are attacking not just our government, but attacking our businesses every single day. And the one that has that authority to do it is CISA. It probably got a bad rap because it wasn't utilizing its authority. It was politicized for a little bit. We're hiring the best people. We're bringing in a director for CISA. We want to stand it up and be not just average. We want to be the go person for cybersecurity in the nation. That's our focus. That means we're going to hire.
So some dude, it popped up in my algorithm, but some guy ordered the Trump phone and he finally got it. So he made a YouTube video and he dissected it. So it's pretty much like the same model as just like basic phone that they give you, you know. Usually they give those phones away for free to get you to sign up for a company. But they just kind of like, you know, made it gold. But he opened the phone up, and the first letters he saw was made in the Philippines. LOL. It's another Trump grift. Just like all his MAGA merchandise is all made in China.
Yep.
Just a con man and a fraudster.
Half-staffed what we need to be? Do we need to hire everybody back? No. Do we need to hire about 600 people back? Yes, but I don't want to put bodies in position. I want to put the talented individuals that know what they're doing and have partnerships with their state and local officials.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your forbearance, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cuellar, thank you for helping out your colleague from Hawaii on getting those questions answered. And we're going to go now to Mr. Guest, the gentleman from Mississippi. The floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Secretary, thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. I want to start first with an issue that is a priority not only of mine personally, but also of my delegation. In May of this year, tornadoes hit South Mississippi, causing extensive damage. There is an outstanding FEMA disaster declaration. Now, I will say that it has been approved by your agency. Your agency has been extremely receptive. We have contacted FEMA, and I can say that they have provided all the information that we've requested, and you have done everything on your end and your agency's end to try to get Mississippi the needed relief. At this point, we are still waiting on that to be signed off by the White House. And so my request to you, Mr. Secretary, is if you would please press the White House to review the outstanding request for assistance because it is something that is extremely important to my home state of Mississippi. Ms. Secretary, thank you for the work that you've done in securing the World Cup. I know that we are now 2 weeks in, and it appears that the World Cup has been
They arrested a pregnant lady at the airport.
Success for America. I have enjoyed watching videos of fans from across the world come to some of the 11 host cities across the country. Speaking of the reception that they've received, getting to experience American hospitality and getting to feel secure in the 11 different sites that you and local and state agencies are responsible for securing. You mentioned some of the challenges, the UAS anti-drone, some of the challenges securing the stadiums themselves, and then some of the outer events that are occurring. And so as we are 2 weeks in, just kind of want to get your thoughts. I know we're not done. The mission is not complete. But one, I want to congratulate you, but I also want to get your thoughts as at this point, give us an update on where we are 2 weeks into the FIFA World Cup.
Thank you so much, Congressman. First, real quick on the disaster, the president's well aware of Mississippi. Him and I, actually, he was texting me while the governor was texting me. Cindy Hyde-Smith was in the vehicle with him, and we were working together. I turned around and called the president. The president said, make sure they get the disaster relief or the disaster declaration over to me. We'll start working on it. We're waiting on preliminary numbers to come in. that the governor knows about. When he sends us to us, he'll go straight to the president, get to the president's desk, and we'll put in. But they're still assessing the damage there, which was horrific. The discussing FIFA, thank you. DHS has done a phenomenal job, and keep in mind we're shut down through the majority of this, trying to stand this up. We have 78 Super Bowls in 11 cities in 38 days. Plus, we're assisting 13 games in Monterrey, Mexico, and Mexico City. So we've been spread thin. We couldn't do it without our private partnership and public partnership in our state. This hopefully can show that DHS, with CBP, with ICE, with TSA, with the FBI, we can work together and have a good working relationship. We were looking all together for enforcing laws and making sure that we're safe. So when we're working,
no way. Trump isn't saving nothing. He's destroying everything. If anything, if Kamala Harris was president right now, we'd all be, sitting around a bonfire singing Kumbaya, eating steak and lobster every day, enjoying low gas prices.
Jersey, or working in New York, or we're working in Seattle, or we're working in LA. We're working flawlessly together. And hopefully we can do that to enforce other nations' laws too, because we've had no serious major incident. Now, there's a lot of fans that go around. Things happen. But there's been no serious issue. We've had some threats come up. We've been able to knock it down because of our relationship with FBI plus ICE, which has HSI, which can investigate, go make the arrest. So we've had a great fan experience. We've got great report back from our fan base, or even in the fan zones that for the fans that experience the games that can't get in. We've had a great time. We do have a tremendous amount of counter.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Steven? What's up, Sterling Fletcher? How you guys doing? Happy Friday.
Started to see more human trafficking come in place. Just in Dallas last week, we rescued 4 kids and 1 adult female. Arrested over 90 people that was involved in that human trafficking ring. We continue to push on that, but because of our great women in uniform, not just in DHS, which we have 80,000 badge officers inside DHS, but because of the state and local police.
Hey, what up, Brock James? Hey, I hope you don't mind, but I threw you a blue wrench because it looks like you never have and never will drink the Kool-Aid. So welcome to the non-Kool-Aid club.
And sheriff departments, we're able to say that we have a safe and secure area to which our fans can experience something. And I'm not a soccer fan. I've never been at a soccer game before until LA and our open.
Hey, what's up, Herdis Grates? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Alariza Rim is wondering what's going on. We're halfway through this Mark Wayne Mullin hearing that was held earlier today, or technically yesterday now. But yeah, it's pretty fresh. So I'm just watching it for my first time, live streaming it, so we can all watch it together, and have a town hall about it. So appreciate anyone that's hanging out. Please hit the like button. Thank you, and appreciate everyone that's sharing your opinions and interacting.
On the 12th of June, I loved it. It's like becoming a NASCAR fan. Watching it on TV isn't as fun as being there in person. And being there in person was something to experience. And so now I find myself watching it all the time in evenings. I'm even going back through and speeding through games. And it's pretty exciting.
Well, thank you. And again, the men and women that started with you and our state and local partners for the great job that you're doing.
Can I use your 30 seconds, 15 seconds of your time real quick? There's been 2 things brought up about deaths inside of detention centers across the United States, right? Across all the detention centers in the United States, there's been 54 deaths, 54, which is one too many. I get it. We don't want any deaths, but it's 0.0009%. In the state of Illinois, only in the last 12 months, in their 29 facilities, 170 deaths. I just want to again point out the hypocrisy from those that are against our detention centers, which aren't even paying attention to their own backyard and the facilities. And by the way, these numbers aren't unusual. to state penitentiaries across these blue states.
And thank you for the job that you do of providing quality health care to those people that are in detention under your watch. Want to switch and talk briefly about the border. I know Representative Cuellar talked a little bit about the importance. Again, thank you for the incredible job that you and your agency have done. The border is as secure as we've seen in our lifetime. We know that on the budget reconciliation bill that there was money for technology, not only wall construction, but technology. I am a huge fan of the autonomous towers that are there placed along the border. I believe that they serve as a force multiplier, that they allow agents to then perform other missions until they are notified of suspected breaches there along the border. I know that there was a first tranche of money that came out. There's scheduled to be a second awarding, a second tranche of money for border security technology. Two questions. One is, can you tell me, if you know, Mr. Secretary, an anticipated timeline as to when those awards will be announced? And then the second part, and then I'll let you answer and yield back, is as we look.
Hey, what's up, Bug 101? Good to see you, pal. Hope you're having a good Friday out there.
Investing in new systems, I would ask that you take into account the input of your rank and file officers who are there. Too many times it seems like that systems have been purchased, not just within DHS, but across the government, that don't necessarily advance the overall mission of the agency. We don't seek the input of those people who are there going to be operating the systems. And so I know I'm about over, but I wanted to give you a chance to answer those two questions before I yield back.
Absolutely. The technology we put in place is technology of today. We don't want technology that we bought last year and it's outdated by the time it gets put in place. So the AI is a game changer. It is a force multiplier. These autonomous towers do allow us to have capabilities that we didn't have in the past, but they've also changed since we first deployed them last year. We're currently going through new testing, new requirements that we holes and.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Bug 101? So you're saying you dropped a Trump, LOL? Dropping some Trumps.
The systems, and also greatly taking the input of the individuals that patrol the area and where we need to be paying attention to. Some of those areas just, it doesn't make any sense because they have too much traffic. So when you see it, you don't have time to react. Sometimes it's proximity to a road that we put it there and we're not necessarily aware of it because it's not a road that was on our maps, but it's a road that they use or a trail that they use that's well used. Our officers or agents that are on the ground, they know that, and so we're constantly starting to get feedback, having it deployed in better spaces, but changing the technology and then be able to update in real time with the technology, kind of like we do our phone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for being over time, and I yield back.
Apology accepted. The gentlelady from El Paso, the floor is yours, Rick.
Oh yeah. On a side note, I heard there was like this, like I haven't, because I've been pretty busy all day today. I haven't had a chance to catch up to it. I did, like, before I went to work this morning, though, I kind of like saw like a little news clip of it. But yeah, it looks pretty devastating, that earthquake that happened in Venezuela. Heart prayers and thoughts go out to all the people out there that are suffering from that earthquake. Look pretty bad.
Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Deputy Secretary, welcome. I am going to begin with the positive. First and foremost, thank you so much for the time you made for me and my team recently. It was a really great meeting, and I so appreciated your openness to hearing me out and hearing out the concerns that I brought to you. I also want to thank you because ICE Acting Director David Venturella came to El Paso and he exhibited the same openness. This is quite a turnaround from your predecessor and his predecessor, who I could not secure a meeting with, could not get an audience with, and it was incredibly frustrating. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank you. GSA just announced this week that the top 3 bidders for the Bridge of the Americas modernization project have been selected. And as you know, my community has gone through a multi-year process around the modernization efforts. The vast majority of El Pasoans who participated in the process said, let's remove commercial traffic from the center of our city, and let's move it to our other ports of entry that have capacity. And you've upheld that decision that had heavy input from CDP and the community. So it's great to see the progress, and I want to thank you for your support of that as well. There's a couple of issues I do want to raise with you here during my time of local issues. The first, and I had extensive conversations with Mr. Venturella about Camp East, Montana. And many of the concerns that I had expressed to the...
Hey, what's up, Thorn? How you doing, Thorn?
Contractor.
Happy Friday. Thorn says the foreign trolls are cheering for Trump again because no one else can behave that stupid. Yeah, it's already been proven that all these like MAGA bot trolls are just like all foreign accounts. And even if they're like real people, they pretty much are like bot trolls because they're all brainwashed by this orange man and all his bogus rhetoric. LOL. Let's see who else is in here. Hey, Devious Chris, what's happening? Good to see you. But yeah, remember they had this thing called like Johnny MAGA that got exposed. It was like a White House like psyop. Like they did this like Instagram account, and they even made like the avatar like a brown person, calling it like Johnny MAGA, and it was like this white dude in control, like working under Trump from the White House in control of it, just out there brainwashing all the maggots out there with all their bogus like transgender rhetoric and whatever, all that bogusness. And then there was this other like influencer chick, like some blonde chick. And it ended up being like all AI, but all these maggots were like over there like subscribing to her OnlyFans, this like MAGA chick. But it turned out it was just another grift, it was just all AI.
Have emerged in a GAO report, and it has been a very frustrating several months. I know we have a new contractor, for which I'm delighted. But so much of what I had sounded the alarm about really fell on deaf ears. And when I sound the alarm about issues that I'm seeing in my oversight visits, it's not to play gotcha. It's not to one-up anyone. It's to uphold the standards that I know we all agree should be upheld. And so I think it's really important that especially members who are sounding the alarm when there's a private contractor, that private contractor be held accountable by all of us. I'll give you a very quick example because I don't want to use too much of my time, but the medical as an example. And that medical contractor is still on site, by the way, at Camp East, Montana. Just one glaring example. I spoke with a detainee, and I've spoken with dozens and dozens of detainees, but he expressed to me, he had been at Camp East, Montana for weeks, and he expressed to me the pain that he had been living with his arm. And I asked him what happened. Well, his arm had been broken during an arrest in Minneapolis, and he had been complaining for weeks to the medical about the arm. He had a brace, he took off the brace. I could see like a letter S, his bone was so broken, and medical had only given him aspirin. And so these are the things that I'm sounding the alarm about, that I will continue to share with you because I know we want to hold these contractors to federal standards. So I wanted to share that with you. When Acting ICE Director Venturella was in El Paso, we had a roundtable to talk about the 3 warehouses that were purchased by your predecessor in Socorro, Texas, which is in my district. Whoever preceded you that chose those 3 warehouses chose the worst possible location. Mr. Venturella heard from the mayor and from the water district and from the emergency services district. Socorro is actually a very small municipality, and they struggle with water, wastewater, pump stations. Their emergency services district only budgets for their population. And Mr. Venturella heard from our folks. The emergency services district chief told him, I'm going to have to double my staffing if you all proceed to put human beings instead of pecans, because those warehouses were slated for pecan storage. I'm going to have to double my personnel. I'm going to struggle with that. I'm going to have to buy another fire truck. The water district shared with Mr. Venturella just how challenging it has been to get water and wastewater to existing residents. And I'm not going to go into excruciating detail, but I want to flag for you, whoever made the decision to buy those warehouses, which I know was before your time, picked the worst possible place with the least amount of infrastructure. And it truly is not feasible to convert those warehouses into spaces that will hold human beings, whether for training or staffing or detention. So I feel very obligated to share with you, to sound this alarm, that it would take years to prepare those facilities, but it would also take probably multiple millions of dollars on top of the overpayment to purchase those warehouses. So, I'd ask for you to please take a closer look. Now that Mr. Venturella has been there, hopefully he has a more kind of on the ground perspective about that.
We are evaluating all 11 that was purchased. There's some that just, quite frankly, probably won't work. I believe there's at least one in that area that probably just won't work. We do have issues with detention centers, just not enough bed space. So there's some that we're trying to make work, but there was some due diligence that maybe wasn't actually checked off. And so, man, what you're saying is not wrong. We're going through and reevaluating every one of them to be the best possible outcome for our mission inside of DHS.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Something else I wanted to flag for you, and this was in the GAO report about the use of WEXMAC, the procurement tool for DOD that has been used for some of the private companies that have been hired for the private detention. WEXMAC was used.
We're not using it anymore.
Great. Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. That is fantastic news. Okay, let me move on to a couple of.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Madame? What's up, Madame Lisa? Oh, I see. Madame released the files. That's hilarious. I always just called you Madame, but I actually took some time and read the whole name. Madame released the files. That's a good one. Madame released the files says Trump's like the little boy who cried wolf. Oh yeah, for sure. Hope you're having a good Friday.
Points before I run out of time. The ranking member mentioned sensitive spots along the border where we previously thought
Oh yeah, so Trump has a picture of Putin like alongside like his family photos on a wall. And then Trump rolled out the red carpet for Putin. And he also removed sanctions that we had on Putin as well. So pretty much Trump's a commie. All these cult members are pretty much commies because they support a commie.
Would not be constructed. And I want to flag for you two that are of particular importance to my district. One is Mount Cristo Rey, which is actually in my neighboring colleague's district, Representative Gabe Vasquez, property owned by the Catholic Church. The decision to take the diocese to court to acquire some of that land has really caused incredible distress in the community. So I wanted to flag that for you, maybe for a future conversation. The other area, and this is way outside of my district, but a place near and dear to my heart and to my constituents' heart, Big Bend. And Big Bend, we have seen really a coalition of law enforcement, private property owners, ranchers, nature lovers come together to want to preserve and protect Big Bend.
Big Bend, we only have like 2 miles now that we're going to put a physical barrier in. The rest of it will be smart fence, so there won't be a constant barrier across there. We're having to do it in the high traffic areas. We do study the high traffic areas, and so we've got that problem resolved. As far as the site that which you're discussing, we have already worked on this. We have a gate that's going to be available for those that are trying to come in from Mexico side to be able to make the pillage to the site. The site itself will not be disrupted where the wall is going to be at. I forget how far off, but it's quite a ways off from where the wall is actually being constructed. I don't have the exact footage, but it's not close. I mean, you're going to be able to see it, but it's not going to be close. But we're working with that sensitive area.
All right, guys, it's that time. About to eat my burrito right here. So I got a carne asada burrito from King Taco. So we're a little over halfway through this hearing here. So if anyone's got any snacks, bust them out. So here's the carne asada burrito right here. All right. I'm going to go to town on this bad boy. Hey, so if there's any Maggot cult members out there that are ice bootlickers and you guys are banned from eating any of these burritos. No ethnic food for any Maggot cult members. None whatsoever. No Italian food, no Mexican food, no Indian food. You guys got to stick to your Oscar Mayer Wiener hot dogs. What else you guys got? Lay's potato chips, which are actually pretty good. And then, some Kool-Aid to wash it down.
Best we can, but we can't leave it open because it is a high traffic area. It is a visited site. So we do have to control the flow coming in and out so there's not criminal activity taking place at the same time. But we have we've worked closely with the senators in the area. We've been out there, visited the site, and it was one of the first areas that we had to work through other than Big Bend to come up with a second solution for it.
Thank you.
It's not perfect, but it is manageable.
I would like to connect with your team just to get more specifics.
Absolutely.
If you don't mind.
Absolutely. Reach out to us.
Way over time. I have other questions, but we will follow up. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, the floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here. Both you and Deputy Secretary.
I haven't seen him work out for a while.
I was hoping you weren't going to bring that up today.
It shows too, by the way.
It shows. Okay, I will take that as a compliment. This is
Mr. Ciscomani. You now have 16 minutes to pick up.
Yes, I will happily take those 16 minutes and go home and cry afterwards. But thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here, and thank you for the workouts that I've apparently been skipping. I'm very proud to support the men and women that serve along with you in this important department and all that you do and to keep our country safe. And especially during such a difficult time that the mess that we inherited, that you inherited in terms of the open border of the previous administration, only to come in and shortly after that face a shutdown, the longest shutdown in U.S. history, first of the entire government, and then, of course, of just your department alone, and then just specific areas of your department. It seemed like the battle wasn't going to end. So I do want to commend you for that. I want to also the members of this committee and the entire House that kept voting to fund the department as we should have. And unfortunately, not everybody did, but I'm happy that we've gotten through that, and we hope never to have to do that again. You have a very important mission. As a representative of a border district in Southern Arizona, the work of your department is deeply personal to me and a priority to my office. We'd love to host you in Arizona sometime soon. And there's some gyms there that I think you may enjoy there as well. But I want to start with one question. It's going to be more of a broader one. I want to go in a little more into specifics of Arizona. But the first one that really kept me up at night for 2 years and still does to a great extent is the children that were lost throughout this entire 4-year open border policy of the Biden administration. What can you give me an update on that? Where are we on the numbers? What have we found? Just give me some information on that.
This is probably one of the most disgusting and disturbing things that we've dealt with. I dealt with some trafficking, child trafficking when I first got into Congress in 2013. And I actually stepped away from it because at some point it just starts wearing on you and it's time to just kind of pass the baton because you get really jaded over it. When we stepped in here, we had 450,000 kids missing. 450,000 kids that were given to sponsors that weren't vetted. No home checks. No one was going by to see if they're where they're supposed to be, not even knowing if they were in their same state, not even to see if the sponsor was who they were at all. We've recovered 147,000, and all of them didn't have to be recovered. I'm not saying all of them had recovered. Some of them were where they were supposed to be. They were with a family member, and they appeared to be doing okay. But we've had some horrific cases. There's one that's kind of been out in the media a little bit, where there's a ring of several adults that were keeping kids in an underground bunker in a dungeon. And the most horrific things that I pray to God that you guys don't have to see, because it permanently changes you. The stuff that these adults put kids as young as 2 to as old as 12 through, you can't make a horror story that bad. We've had some young ladies that we have rescued that reports, and these aren't young ladies; these are girls, being raped 600 to 700 times, being locked in a hotel room, and having to service 15 to 20 men. These are girls, and I hate to use the word service, but I don't know what other you can use. They were being raped 15 to 20 times a day, day after day after day after day after day. They didn't get holidays off. They didn't get nights off. They didn't work 8 to 5. They didn't work, Monday through Friday. They were locked in a room and highly drugged, and one male at a time, disgusting individuals coming in and raping these individuals. It is our mission. We've stood up and standing up even a bigger task force within DHS to go and find all 450,000 kids. It is my biggest passion that I have. And it should have, let me explain this too. Almost used a bad word there. What frustrates me the most is that this was preventable. And no one can argue it. This was 100%
Well, this guy needs to start going after everyone that's in the Trumpstein files.
preventable. But we have perpetrators that are doing the most horrific things to kids. And as a father to 6, and 3 beautiful girls, when you see this, there's evil in the world. There's evil in the world. And we fed it. The Biden administration fed it for 4 years and took the innocent that's in my little girls' eyes, the innocence that's in our kids' eyes, and we pray to God never has to deal with this. That innocent is permanently stolen. And we're trying to just restore some type of comfort to these young girls. But let me explain to you, young boys too. Unfortunately, we're seeing a rise of young boys being trafficked. And it just disturbs you.
Well, I go back to my point. Clearly, you're passionate about this, and I understand why. I'm dad of 6 as well, 3 boys, 3 girls. So I know exactly where you're coming from on that. And I can only imagine what you've actually seen. You can't unsee that. Well, obviously the biggest victims here are those kids and those little girls and even older girls being trafficked and being.
Our punishments for these individuals isn't enough.
That's I want to keep talking about that and what the punishment will be and has been for those people and there's a lot more to discuss there. And you're right, it was completely preventable. And for 4 years, we screamed off the top of our lungs about this, and this was the leading issue to fight against, and still is. So thank you for your passion on that. I have a follow-up question here real quick on the DeConcini Port of Entry, which is in Arizona in the Nogales area. This is a highly trafficked port of entry where I want to thank you and the Commissioner Frost for your response to my letter earlier this year, your commitment to working with GSA to prioritize this. If you have any idea of a timeline, I would love to hear that. And as I close in my last 30 seconds here, we can talk about this timeline and if I can just get a written response.
Hey, Descartes. Hey, for sure. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good night and a good Friday and rest of your weekend. Catch you later.
That's what we're looking at. Let me just close with this in my last 30 seconds. I'm a naturalized citizen. This year actually marks my 20th anniversary as a U.S. citizen. I became a citizen in 2006. So I know the process well firsthand. I know that because I was elected to Congress 16 years after becoming a citizen of this nation. No other country in the world would ever give me that opportunity. No other country in the world would ever give any of us that opportunity. It is great to hear some of the perspectives of foreigners coming into the World Cup and seeing what we're all about. They especially get excited about the free refills, which is, I think it excites a lot of people here. But the American dream is alive. It's alive because it's been kept alive, first of all, for our veterans, but also for the men and women that keep us safe. In the process to immigrate, the process to become a citizen in U.S. CIS and what they go through, it's an overload of work. I know it well, again, because we went through the process. So while becoming a citizen is an incredible privilege and it should never be taken for granted, I valued every time and whatever work my parents and myself had to do to become citizens, we'll do it 10 times over to do it again, because this is the best nation in the world. And I'd rather be here than anywhere else. So in terms of efficiency, can you talk a little bit about, as you close, what your agency needs from this subcommittee in order to make the improvements necessary for the process of people immigrating here legally and becoming citizens?
We are improving the bureaucracy and the redundancy in the system, but there is, as you said, there is a way to become legal. If you choose not to do that, you're making a conscious decision, and I can't help you on that situation. If you don't want to become a legal citizen, there's a way to be in this country legally, but you have to follow the laws that Congress passed and that we enforce. I don't pick and choose, I enforce. But there is a right way to stay in this country, and there's a right way to become a citizen in this country, and you can't go around that. There is more that we need. We've been working for immigration reform in this body. Really, the last time it was done, it was in 1959. Why was the last time it was done in 1959? Because we make politics out of it. It's the right, it's the left. It's the Democrats, Republicans. One party is in charge and the other party doesn't want to help, and the other party is in charge, the other party doesn't want to help, and there's no common ground, but yet we always talk about them. I'm out of that game now. I just simply enforce it. But then we start playing games with which laws you want me to enforce and which laws you don't want me to enforce. If you don't want me to enforce the laws, then pass a law to say that that law can't be enforced. That's fine. Until then, I'm going to enforce the laws.
Thank you, sir. And see you in Arizona soon.
Yes, we will make that. We'll make that happen. We'll put it on the list.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you're back.
Thank you. We're going to have a committee remedial timekeeping class next week sometime for certain members of the committee.
So it's called a gavel.
Well, actually, that's interesting talk coming from a guy from the Senate who hasn't done an appropriations bill since Christ was a corporal.
I had that one coming, sir.
Madam Ranking Member, the floor is yours.
We'll pay no attention to the remediation session, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate, Mr. Secretary, your concern about the lost children, but I also want to remind people that let's not forget what.
I love this lady. She's awesome. Senator DeLauro. Yeah, she's great. Yeah, she's a real politician right here, guys.
a Trump administration policy initiated by Stephen Miller, which was to let us separate children from their families at the border, because this would be a way to curtail or to stop immigration, separating children from their families, how to hurt them the most. I asked and had a phone conversation with Secretary Azar at the time. I know I was in my living room with my 2-year-old grandson on my lap trying to have this conversation. And I asked him if there was a way in which he had a list of how you could reunite children with their families. And he assured me that we did. You know, when you take your clothes to the cleaners, they give you a tag, and you then go back and you retrieve your clothes. When you get luggage, you go and your luggage is returned. Well,
I wish the Biden administration would have done that.
Let me just say this to you, sir. Again, it is my time. 3,900 children were separated from their families.
450,000 kids were lost in the Biden administration. You didn't say a word about it.
Mr. Secretary, do not interrupt.
Don't you point your finger at me.
I will point my finger at you.
Don't you be a hypocrite then. Then you be as then you should be as upset about the 450,000 kids that were lost. You didn't say a word.
Oh my goodness. Mark Wayne Mullin's crashing out. This guy's an incompetent clown. What a rude bastard. Just like his orange daddy. Let me rewind that a little bit.
Your clothes. When you get luggage, you go and get your luggage is returned. Well,
I wish the Biden administration would have done that.
Let me just say this to you, sir. Again, it is my time. 3,900 children were separated from their families.
450,000 kids were lost in the Biden administration. You didn't say a word about it.
Mr. Secretary, do not interrupt.
Don't you point your finger at me.
I will point my finger at you.
Don't you be a hypocrite then. Then you be as you should be as upset about the 450,000 kids that were lost. You didn't say a word about it. It's for 4 years you never said a word.
Mr. Secretary.
Could you put him in his place for
You should be put in your place.
Mr. Secretary, if you would like 4 minutes for a closing statement when everybody's done, I'll give you that. But while members are on their 8 minutes, I need them to have their 8
I
minutes.
started my comments.
I appreciate that. My issue is that they say this for sound bites, and I'm not going to let them say.
What did you do just recently for sound bites? I sympathize with the 400.
We are going to have something resembling order here. The time is the ranking members. If you would like to respond later on, there are methods to do that, but it's not a who can talk louder into the mic.
It's not.
So, you are recognized.
Thank you very much.
I will not let her sit there and lie and accuse something this ridiculous.
Well, this is the legislative branch and it's my hearing, and so I'm going to try to some extent to control it moderately.
And do not accuse me of lying. Do not.
Then don't.
I do not. I appreciate, and I said to you at the outset, there's concern for children across the board. We care deeply about what's happening to children. And I went to the border and I watched children in those fenced in places years ago and what was happening to them. So I have a long history, Mr. Secretary, in this area. 3,900 kids were separated. Secretary Azar told me he had a way to reunite them. Many of them were not reunited till today. And I don't want you to answer this now. Please get back to us and tell us what you are doing with regard to the settlement in terms of this issue, which is out there, which your department needs to come close to. I'll make a statement to you again. But this is fact from the bill, Mr. Chairman. The bill that the Republicans have proposed for funding the Department of Homeland Security cuts cybersecurity budget by more than $250 million. And the Trump administration is openly advocating for privatizing TSA while trying to eliminate their collective bargaining rights. We all know what happened earlier this year. TSA workers endured the longest government shutdown in history. There was a lot of discussion and talk invoked about the long lines and the use of leverage to force through a Homeland Security bill without any reforms to what were critical ICE and CBP reforms that were necessary, that the American people wanted and were clamoring for. They didn't want to continue to see masked marauders on their streets with just harassing people. Congress eventually passed my legislation that paid TSA workers, funded FEMA, CISA, Secret Service, and the Coast Guard. And today, and it took you 79 days on the Republican side to make that decision to pay these people instead of just talking about paying this. The administration continues to attempt to walk away from the collective bargaining agreement with TSA workers, something that the federal courts have now twice said is illegal. Indeed, your testimony frames the attempt to force over 200 smaller airports in this country into a new security structure as a setting. And quote, the TSA, this is in the testimony, the TSA is on the path to privatization. My question on this issue is, given all that the transportation security office did for us during a Republican shutdown, how can it be that the department's position is that TSA workers should not be granted the same basic labor protections as federal enforcement officers? How can it be that your priority is to have them work for the lowest bidder, where the wages and the benefits of these workers will unquestionably be lower?
Well, actually, it was the Democrats that voted every time to shut them down. Republicans voted every time to open them up.
Ask, just give me.
You didn't shut them down. You shut them down.
Answer my question.
I did.
What are you doing? Why are you moving?
Ma'am, I answered your question. You were the one that shut them down. The Democrats shut down. How many times did you vote to shut them down?
Why? You know, these people come to us to get funding for the work that they do, and we are.
I'm actually factually correct. I'm factually correct. You voted to shut them down. Republicans voted to open them over and over and over again. Your vote clearly stated that you voted to shut us down. And it wasn't until it became popular. And then, by the way, ICE agents came there and helped bring the lines down. Same people that you also kept shut down.
Mr. Secretary,
I'm answering the question.
No, you.
I thought you said you answered it. The floor is hers.
My dear.
Actually, I gave it to her. You know, there is a chairman of a committee. That's me. I gave it back to her. She's got it.
Something about who these folks are. And
You have
everybody
another question, Madam Ranking Member.
Well, yeah, no, I do, but I didn't get an answer to question.
So the record will so reflect.
Thank
Please
you.
ask your next question.
Okay, and I will. This has to do with FEMA. Simple question. And I want to start where I left off with Secretary Noem last year. FEMA. Simple yes or no. Do you support eliminating FEMA? Do you support eliminating FEMA?
There's portions of FEMA that
Do you
need to be back in
support
state.
eliminating
There's
FEMA?
no yes or no question on that. There's portions that need to go back to the state.
Do you support eliminating FEMA?
The record will reflect the response. The record will reflect the response. Is there another question?
Yeah, because let me just say, in April of 2025, the Trump administration prematurely, I'm glad we got that answer, because the poor gentleman who came before, may have been with you, Mr. Chairman, that came before our committee, and I asked him this question, and he said, because the Secretary Noem said, yes, she and the president wanted to eliminate FEMA. The gentleman said that he said it should be reformed, and the next day he was fired. Let it show that the secretary believes that we should shut FEMA down.
I never
April
said
2025,
that.
the administration.
I never said that.
The administration prematurely, unlawfully ended FEMA's BRIC program. He intentionally halted roughly 2,000 active infrastructure and disaster mitigation projects across the country, including one in downtown New Haven, Connecticut. A coalition of 22 states and DC sued FEMA. A federal judge ruled in favor of the states in December, mandated that FEMA restore the over $3.6 billion in canceled funding. At the beginning of March, the judge had to order FEMA to comply with that ruling. 3 months ago, the day after you took over as secretary, FEMA formally announced a, quote, new and improved BRIC program. Yet, almost all of these communities are still waiting for their BRIC funding to be restored. Tell me, Mr. Secretary, when can communities with halted projects expect to receive their BRIC funding?
We actually restarted that when I first came in, and we did 24 or 25 of them. So
we've done 24 of the 25 of the 2,000.
Let me clarify that. So
please.
2024 and 2025, they set out the notice of the notifications of everybody can now submit, and those projects that were already submitted for those time period will be.
How many projects are there?
We can get you the details.
Please, there were 2,000 that we started with were.
The secretary also provided direction for 2026 to get the NOFOs out on that, and that'll come out sometime in September. The secretary has done more to get.
I do not need you do not need to.
I just want to make sure you're.
Well, please.
Okay.
Spare us. Just give me the facts.
I
Give me the numbers. Let me just conclude, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I'd like to work in an open and transparent way, because that brick funding for New Haven.
But yeah, this lady right here, she really brought out the Mark Wayne Mullin's true colors. He's just an incompetent fool. But that won't be the last time we see Mark Wayne Mullin crashing out and crying like a big baby. There'll be a lot more of that to come.
Yeah.
At least for the next 4 months, because once the midterms hit, we're taking back the House and the Senate.
Probably will not get, because I'm in a blue state, that the brick funding for New Haven, Connecticut is important, which is why we support the programs, bipartisan support for the brick program. So please, let's get the NOFOs out as quickly as possible and get the money to the communities that need them. My final comment to you is, I'd just like to go back a second. We need to go back to the issue of deaths in custody. It doesn't do anyone good to deflect, talk about what's happening in a criminal system in Illinois or in Oklahoma. What we need, because 54 deaths are 54 in what is civil detention, we need a plan to address the fact that 54 people in your department they were in civil detention, it's not criminal detention, are dead. They should not be. We need to hear from you. I don't need an answer. Now there is no time. I've taken an enormous amount of time. Get us a policy, a plan, in a timely fashion that says, how are we going to deal with these issues? I yield back and I thank you, Mr.
Thank you to the ranking member, the gentlelady from Iowa. The floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming to testify today and for always taking my phone call. As I've had questions dealing with many of the challenges faced with your shutdown from back home, that I continue again to support keeping you guys open so you could operate. You are always willing to take my phone call. So I thank you for that and for your openness with me as we were working through that. I also, as a fellow parent to teenage boys, appreciate your passion around kids.
Someone said appreciate taking a phone call. I take everybody's phone call. There isn't a Republican or a Democrat that hasn't called me that I haven't called back.
Yeah.
Not one. And I'm very transparent in that, regardless of what somebody over here just whispered, because she's never called me.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate your openness to working with all of us to make sure that the good people at your agency are getting paid and can continue their mission of keeping our country safe, because at the end of the day, that is what we all care about in this committee, and this committee works tirelessly to make sure that you do have the resources that you need to rescue those kids, make sure that you're interdicting the drugs that are coming in from narco terrorists. And I want to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to start with that, actually, because I think that the Coast Guard is a shining example of what DHS does best in making sure that these narco terrorists are on alert. They should be afraid. And you have interdicted through Operation Pacific Viper. I think it just was announced milestone accomplishment last week, 225,000 pounds of cocaine seized. I mean, that's incredible. And that's drugs that did not make their way onto our streets, that are not killing Americans every.
Yeah, they probably made their way into Kash Patel's desk and Narco Rubio's desk and Donald Trump Jr.'s desk.
Okay, so I'd be interested in your thoughts of what you've done there to really escalate that operation. What do you see on the horizon there? That threat is not going away, and thanks to the Coast Guard families who are keeping our families safe. But I'd be interested in your thoughts there.
Just yesterday, I was actually in a close classified setting with the Coast Guard on our plans to continue that operation. But it's a joint effort with DOW, with Coast Guard, with CBP, with ICE, because the drugs doesn't just get to our shores and then dissipate. There's a ring that goes into our cities, into our towns, into our states and our communities. And then the cash flows back in and back out. So the drugs come in on our shores different ways, and all the cash is going out, a lot of times overland, A lot of times in air, we're seeing more and more counter UAS. So we've got to combat it all together. This administration, through the direction of President Trump, has done more to combat our war against drugs than any president in our lifetime. And he's made it a task that he understands that we've lost more individuals in fentanyl overdoses than we have in the entire.
Hey, what's up, Jack Arnold? Thank you for your input. But the thing is, you can't handle the truth. It's not a biased channel at all. We got an open forum here. You know, anyone can comment. We got free speech over here. I mean, if anything, all these like right-wing MAGA grifter channels are over there getting all of their feelings in a hurt. You know, I don't even watch those channels anyways. But the times that I have, you see in the comments, they're just all, you know, they just ban everyone. No freedom of speech in those. But over here, we got freedom of speech, you know, and like, you know, these cult members over there, they're snowflakes and they get their panties in a twist. But yeah, Jack Arnold, to answer your question, what's happening is the MAGA movement's dead. So, you know, there's just, what you see is just people are fed up with Orange Man. And I suggest you jump ship yourself. Save yourself.
Or in 1 year. Not during 1 year in the Vietnam War. A year from fentanyl overdoses inside the U.S. And just the other day, we took enough fentanyl off our northern border from CBP that we could kill 17 million Americans.
And I think people frequently forget about the northern border. We focus so much on the southern border and the Caribbean and these drugs coming in.
But that's...
Hey, what's up, JS? How you doing, buddy? I'm going to throw you a blue wrench if you want it.
Relationship because of our Coast Guards doing their job in our waters of the U.S. and it's pushing it. And then we have CBP doing their job on our southern border. It's starting to push cartels to operate in our northern border. So last week, the minister, that is my partner in Canada, met here in Washington, D.C. We talked about the challenges. They haven't dealt with the cartels like we have in our southern border. They're anxiously working with us and wanting to know our lessons that we've learned because they don't want it to get a foothold in their country. So because of President Trump, we are fighting it on air. We're fighting it in water. We're fighting on land. We're fighting on the northern border and southern border. And I'm not going to say we can eradicate it, but we're making a huge difference in this war on drugs. And every time we interdict these drugs, regardless of what agency underneath DHS does it, we're saving lives.
You talk about kind of the cross-agency work that's happening here. How many of these rings on the back end? So the drugs get in, they go out through these rings. Are these run by, obviously they're cartels, but how many of the people participating in them are illegals here in the United States?
Well, the biggest majority of them, the percentage of them would be hard to say, but the biggest majority of them are illegals that are here. Now, there's usually, when it comes to the money laundering of it, that's more of a white collar crime. More of those individuals are citizens inside the United States. But when you start talking about the trafficking, you start talking about the drug houses, the stash houses, the cash flow, the weapons flow, overwhelmingly majority of those are illegals.
Criminal enterprise. Right?
And most times they're forced to do it. It's not that they're working off a debt for the cartels.
And you talk about the atrocities happening to those kids too.
Yes.
Many of them are victims of that human trafficking.
And elderly.
Same organizations.
Yes,
obviously.
and elderlies are being probably exploited now more than we've ever seen it. Because naturally law enforcement isn't alarmed when they see an elderly gentleman or elderly woman that is driving. A lot of times they're forced to try paying the debt off of their kids.
Okay, that's very concerning, and obviously we need to do whatever we can to stamp that out. You mentioned fentanyl, and I want to go now to one of the biggest sources of fentanyl, which is obviously the CCP in China. They're funneling it in through Mexico. I'm trying to get it in through all of these methods. We know they're not going to ever try to stop undermining our domestic and our international security, and spending billions of dollars on research and development intertwined directly with their military, billions more trying to ship those products into the United States and dominate supply chains. Can you talk a little bit about what the department has seen as it relates to Chinese manufactured and owned equipment, especially maybe any inventory that might already have been bought by DHS what precautionary measures you're taking to ensure that our agencies are protected on the cybersecurity front, data privacy, other threats that you may be having to.
Well, the data centers that we're pushing, we know China is working every single day, and they're even working harder to try getting into our systems. They've made that part of their future plans. They feel like that's important for them. That's where the private-public partnership is vitally important. That's where CISA is going to play a major role, because we can't expect Meta or Google to do it on their own. They're fighting they're fighting an army, truly an army, from CBP or from North Korea, or militias from Russia or Iran from the IRGC. We have to have an all-out frontal approach and be proactive. We can't be reactive in this. We have to be very proactive, and that partnership is something we're strengthening. But we also got to respect privacy too. There's a lot of privacy concerns when the government starts looking into cyber because of the sensitive material that is there. It's a fine line we're trying to work through. It's difficult. We're going to have to come to Congress for help on that, because we're going to need clarification, I believe, with the new technologies coming out and the new way that they're entering into our systems, that we're going to need new clarity on how far CISA can go.
We'll certainly look forward to working with you and the agencies, relevant agencies on that. Want to talk a little bit to wrap up my time on CBP. Obviously, their role is not just keeping our borders safe, but it's also making sure we're interdicting bad things coming into our country, including counterfeit products and things that are going around our trade laws as well. I have a piece of legislation to protecting American industry and labor from International Trade Crimes Act. We call it PALE, just passed through judiciary unanimously just a few weeks ago. And this would help make sure there are additional resources to DOJ and CBP to make sure that they can actually hold these bad actors accountable. So I'd just be curious, like what role CBP can continue to have in making sure we're eradicating transnational shipment and some of these other malign practices used by the CCP and other actors as well to try to undermine American jobs.
First of all, the best thing you guys did was give us continuous funding for 3 years, because we can really set out missions and force ourselves to look at technology today, not just what we can spend in a fiscal year. So it really does help tremendously. The biggest thing that you guys can do is continue to work with us on updating the policy on what it is that you're wanting us to look at. Meaning that if we're seeing the ring coming around, sometimes because we have trade agreements with these individuals, and they're, as you know, they have stuff that we're sanctioning from one country, they break it down into small parts and then they assemble it in a different country. And when they assemble it and then it comes in, we need to be able to go back farther in that. And there's only so far CBP can do, because we can only enforce it when it hits our shores, not when it's outside. So there's some areas that Congress can really help us on saying that the percentage of it or all of it has to be built, has to be manufactured, not just assembled in those countries. That would be very helpful to us.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for coming today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington State who was here from the beginning, the floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mullen, good to see you. Let me just follow up with what Ms. Hinson was saying. You do return even my calls and my texts. Sometimes it's late in the night, but I appreciate the response. I really do. I wanted to start by acknowledging some of the incredible work and, can I say, commitment by ICE to crack down and deport convicted illegal criminals. We had a case last month at ICE Seattle arrested a man that had a lengthy criminal history, including 2 felony convictions of raping a child, and it was awaiting deportation. And I just wanted to bring that up and say thank you. That's the efforts that are keeping our community safe. First thing I want to talk about is the visa H-2A petitions. At the end of April 2026, USCIS reported a net backlog of all USCIS cases at 7.23 million cases. An increase of nearly 70% from the beginning of the administration before your time, with the expectation that additional vetting requirements may even further strain those processing times. Could you describe how DHS is allocating personnel and resources to address this backlog and ensure timely adjudication of applications?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're having to go back through and re-vet a lot of people that was given asylum or given visas underneath the previous administration because they didn't do any checks. So we're building systems in right now to be able to.
You guys remember the guy that shot the 2 National Guardsmen in Washington, D.C. when Donald Trump was starting to do his tyranny on Washington, D.C.? That guy was vetted by Trump. The Trump administration.
That through an automated system, we're bringing up the first one in 30 days. That's going to be specifically for the backlog of DACA, which DACA doesn't give you, status in the United States. It just is a term that Congress never ratified, but we put in place. But it still allows you to apply for a work visa, but it doesn't give you status. That we're going to deploy the first one in 30 days, and then we think we'll be able to get caught up in a very fast time. But we're having to build automated systems because it's just not possible for us to go through one by one. But because we're going through there and taking a deeper look at all this, we've been able to arrest over 1,900 known terrorists that were given status underneath the Biden administration inside the United States. Over 1,900. These aren't suspected terrorists. These aren't terrorist watch lists. These were terrorists that was just issued because there wasn't.
Hey, what's up, Brian? Yeah, it was a male and female National Guards.
Really checks and balances put in place. And so it's real work that they're doing. But we are building a system to be faster at it. And the technology we have, the private-public partnership we've been talking about a lot, is helping us get there.
Good. So on a related note, I appreciate the agency's follow-up to a question that I actually submitted, if you remember, Mr. Chairman, when Director Edlow testified regarding the adjudication and processing time specifically for H-2A petitions. The response indicated that there was no backlog for H-2A petitions, which, thank you, that's a welcome update.
However, it's a 15-day turnaround. Once it gets clear, it's 15 days.
Well, what I was going to ask, the response also indicated that the processing times in 2026 so far are notably longer compared to previous years. So just looking for your commitment that you'll continue to support the agency's efforts to expedite these petitions. As you know, timing is critical for agriculture. In your budget, ensure that sufficient resources are dedicated in order to carry out those responsibilities.
So I had a briefing on this 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And our turnaround on those visas are 2 days or 15 days, especially if they're known. A lot of these agricultural workers are known. They come back and forth. We see them every time. We can repeat them. And the largest percentage of those are. We're also looking at the dairy issue.
Right. For that.
And because it's not seasonal. So we think we got a path forward to fix that issue finally. We asked Congress for clarification, but anytime you ask Congress for, I'm not beating up on you guys. I sit there too. So I'm just saying anytime we ask Congress for anything to try to do with immigration, it gets just politicized. So, but we think underneath statute, there's a way for us to move this.
Yeah, because you guys are violating everyone's constitutional rights, civil rights, racially profiling people, attacking people, murdering people. Crimes against humanity.
And make it work. We're still going through it. We're still getting legal opinion on it. We don't want to do anything to get, but I don't think you guys would get upset if we did it, but I want to make sure we're legally able to do it. But as of 2 days ago, we're 15 days on turnaround on those. Once they're finally submitted correctly, we have a large percentage of them that are not entered correctly. And what I've asked CIS to do, USCIS, is to say, why can't we move this to a system that you can't submit the paperwork until it is filled out correctly? If you do DocuSign or you do any of this stuff online, but you've got to go and accept, they won't let you move forward. The technology is there, and we just have to adapt it in a way to be able to make it interface friendly with the public, with the general public, to be able to make it more efficient. So we're doing a test program on this. We're actually trying to build an app. This is new this week. I briefed the president about it this week, and the president loved the idea. We're also, because some of these visas that we work with, these programs go through Commerce. Howard Lutnick and ourselves, our teams are working together to try I don't know how long it'll take. It'll take a little bit to build it. That way, the misinformation won't be as prevalent, and we can get to it faster. Because every one we delay affects our economy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so we want the people trying to get here to do it, to do it the right way, to work, to actually be able to come to the country and work.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Let me turn the page to CISA for a second. It was already referenced the longest shutdown in history. When Director Anderson testified before this committee, I asked him about CISA's ability to identify, to mitigate, address the cyber threats from adversaries like Iran, like China, to our talking about critical infrastructure. Unsurprisingly, his answer was that CISA was limited in their capacity, and it was clear that a handicapped CISA meant higher risk of leaving our critical sectors, from our water systems to our hospitals, energy grids, you name it, dams, the agricultural sector. They're all vulnerable to cyber threats. So does the budget sufficiently provide personnel and resources that are going to be necessary to ensure that CISA is equipped, that they can tackle the potential cyber attacks from those adversaries that target those critical sectors of our economy?
I do believe, I mean, as the secretary, I say, no, we always need more money. Truth is, we actually have the resources we need. We need the people, and we need the expertise. I think we even have the ability underneath statute to do it. What's happened over the years, like any, great government agency, it creates its own bureaucracy. You guys give us authority, then we write the rules. And the rules sometimes handicap ourselves. So we're going back and looking at is what was the actual intent of Congress, and then how many layers of rules have we put on ourselves to say no? Because too often government agencies, it's easy to say no. We're changing that way at DHS. We go to yes. We lean to yes. That's our new policy. We're there to figure out how to make it happen, not to find the easy way out. And some of that is our own rulemaking. So I feel like right now, Congressman, we have the resources financially, and we have the authority, I believe. If that changes, I'll come back to you. But we don't have the personnel. And so we got to get my director in place that the president's already met with. We got to get him in place, get him down the road, put him in place, let him hire his people, and get it built. Truthfully, once he's in place, it's going to take me probably 12 months to build this back. It may be longer when he gets in there and lets me know, but I believe we can make significant strides in the first 3 months. But to actually be where we need to be, I feel it'll take a full year.
Well, let us help you wherever we can.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to the gentleman from Washington. I am now going to claim my 8 minutes for questioning and give 2 minutes of it to the gentleman from Indiana, who was very generous with his 8 minutes in letting the secretary respond to some earlier questions. So the floor is yours for 2 minutes, Mr. Sharif.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you have earned your paycheck today. I appreciate your managing and protecting time for all members of this committee. Secretaries, I'm from Indianapolis. That's part of my district. We run some big events, which we were talking about with the threat of drones, counter UAS on FIFA. We've got the Indy 500. We have the men's Final Four. We had the Pacers playoffs. Secretary Edgar, as a mayor, you realize that these threats to public safety arising from the evolution of drones, which are tools as well in the profession, are extraordinary. And DHS is in the lead at managing this threat and these tools. The fiscal year 27 House mark included dedicated counter UAS funding. And last year's NDAA authorized trained state and local law enforcement to detect, track, and mitigate, take down threatened drones. We can strengthen our ability to protect major events and critical infrastructure. And let's not lose sight of that, but only if local law enforcement has the training, the tools, and the coordination to work with federal. Mr. Secretary or secretaries, give us a view into what the department is doing on this end to coordinate training with state and local law enforcement to manage the challenges that are upon us now that drones present.
So Congress is going to have to lean on this a little bit, bringing down.
All right, so there's about 15 minutes left of this hearing. Hope you guys are all having a good Friday morning out there. I'm in Los Angeles, and it's 1:30 a.m. I actually don't have to work tomorrow, so and I'm pretty awake right now. So I was thinking, instead of going to sleep, I'm just gonna play another hearing. If anyone still wants to hang out, you guys down to watch another hearing? I think there's a hearing about like narcotics. There's quite a few other hearings, but I'll find some good ones right now, and we'll watch another hearing. And all these hearings happen like within like the last day or two, so they're all recent and fresh. But without further ado, let's get this YouTubeville watch party started. It's smoke time. Let's take a little smoke break. A little bong load of some hippie lettuce. Hell yeah.
For an enthusiast is easy now. We can do it. We do it every day. We do it. And when you got enthusiast that flies a drone over FIFA, I think we brought down over 60 drones to date. During F1, we brought down 8. During Augusta, we brought down 12. Those are enthusiasts. The issue that we have is the ones that have it on fiber. And so when they attach it to fiber and they're running in, the only way for us to be able to bring them down is to be kinetic. And that is a whole nother area. You got to deal with FAA at that point in time. You got to deal with local authorities at that time, because there's going to be a possible collateral damage. When people say, well, shoot a laser at it. Well, that's fine, but a laser doesn't stop within the horizon to which the FAA will give us. So like, for instance, around FIFA, you have 3,000 vertical, and you have 3,000 or 3 miles out. So around FanFest, we have 1,000 feet up. We have a mile out. It creates challenges for us to do it. And the only technology we have right now to be fully kinetic is with DOW. We're exploring that, but Congress is going to have to look at this as a whole. I don't know if you know this or not, which is going to be changed, but there wasn't one single NFL stadium last year during all the games that had counter UAS on it. That was my wife running through. Everything else was silent, I promise. And technically, I thought I'd be done by now. Yeah, I did too. But I do think Congress needs to take a hard look at this for us, because we're going to have to have authorities beyond just what we currently have, because this is a threat that's changing every single day, and I really could use some help. We're meeting with the FBI yesterday. We had a great meeting with Kash Patel. Kash Patel already has a center that is training local law enforcement. And he doesn't have enough space. We have more people asking to get into the school than he has a space to do it. We are looking for ways to partner with him to be able to put DHS funding directly to that. And is it through FEMA grants? Is it through HSI? Is it through ICE? Is it through CBP? And then also, yesterday, Troy and I started talking about setting up a joint task force with inside DHS, because we have 22 components. Now those 22 components.
Actually, MAGA was started by Jeffrey Epstein. So technically, like, Jeffrey Epstein's all the MAGA cult members' daddy.
They have their own counter UAS measures. And for example, out of the 11 football stadiums we have, I have CBP covering 5, FBI covering 3, the Coast Guard is covering 1, and FBS, or Coast Guard's covering 2, FBS is covering 1. I think my math is correct on that. And all of them have different measures. And so this is, Carson, what you're bringing up is a true challenge, and that threat is changing every day, that without question, Congress is going to have to help us get the authority to do what we need to do on this.
appreciate the extra time. This is an important issue and a very important immediate challenge for both the departments in this Congress.
Hey, can I just add one point? And this is for you, Mr. Carrigan. When I was down at RGV, just to give you an idea of the scale of the border, same problem. Just from the beginning of this fiscal year until yesterday, they had 11,000 drones basically registered at the border. I mean, the Secretary's talking about offensive, drones, being able to kind of do something against them. So that is something we definitely are looking at. But I mean, even you just take the threat to the border, and we break up the drone process into the maritime, the border, special events, et cetera. And each one of those operating principles, we need to have a better strategy that's funded, and we have the authorities.
All right, guys. So we'll do a double header. We'll do another hearing for all the night owls out there like myself, so we can continue this YouTubeville watch party. So appreciate anyone that's hanging out, sharing your opinions. All right, so here are the options for everyone to choose from, whoever wants to hang out still. So there's a hearing that just came out yesterday regarding the cartels and narcotics. We could watch Donald Trump's speech that he did, which I don't really want to watch it, but whatever the chat wants. What other hearings were there? There's a hearing about the airline industry, the airlines. Oh, there's a hearing about the Postmasters General. That one just came out yesterday. That looks pretty good too. There's a hearing about Mike Lee leads a Senate energy hearing, so the energy. And then there's a House Rules Committee, I think related to this, like DHS and ICE, that just came out the other day. And then whatever hearing you guys want to watch.
Thank you.
I will now recognize my colleague from Florida for 1 minute of my questioning time. Mr. Rutherford, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to make sure that the public understands. I want to affirm what the Secretary said earlier about the shutdown. It was Senate Democrats that shut down CBP, ICE, CISA, Coast Guard, and TSA. It was not the Republicans. The House passed it 3 times to fund it. So, but here's what I want to bring up. I want to highlight for you, Mr. Secretary, some language that is in FY27 appropriations. There's language in there about NIMS and standardizing the operational and reimbursement process. NIMS, the National Incident Management System, and that reimbursement process was, it goes all the way back to 2004 with the Homeland Security Presidential Directive 5 by George W. Washington Bush. And the whole idea was to unify the response, mitigation, and prevention of disasters. And so there's language in there that there are ways to truly standardize the processes that right now are being done by 50 different states. They all report their different ways, and even agencies within states report their own ways. So I just want to highlight that for you, because I want to work with you to make sure that we actually can bring down that 11 billion that is still outstanding in reimbursements, because most of these agencies, when they get their money back, they spent most of it on interest. And so we need to speed that process up, and there's a way to do that. And I'd love to talk to you about it. I yield back.
Thank you to my colleague for yielding back with 8 seconds left of my 8 minutes. I'm the only guy to yield back any positive minutes in this whole operation, and I'm damn proud of it, as well I should be. I am going to just very briefly, because Mr. Secretary, your wife's calling, everybody else got other stuff doing. I'm guessing that nobody said, yeah, about 12:10, 12:15 ought to wrap it all up. But before you got here, I'm going to say.
All right, so this hearing's pretty much done. So let's move on to our next hearing that happened pretty much either today or yesterday. So I narrowed it down to 2 that I want to watch. So what do you guys think? Should we watch the hearing regarding like the Postmaster General and like U.S. mail, or should we watch the hearing regarding like narcotics? And both of these hearings came out within like the last day or two, so whatever you guys want to watch, I'm cool with either one because I want to watch both of them anyways. All right, Al, you got it, Al. U.S. mail it is. Let's see if there's anyone else that wants to add to it. But if not, we'll go the U.S. mail route. Let's see. What's up, everyone in chat? Hope you're all doing well. Happy Friday. Hope you guys all having a good weekend so far, guys. I got a 3-day weekend coming up. I don't work tomorrow, so kicking it, smoking and drinking some coffee. Hey, what's up, Cheeseburger? Hey, good to see you. Hey, hope you're having a good Friday so far, Cheeseburger. All right, let's go check out this U.S. mail hearing. This one looks pretty interesting. The Postmaster General. Let's see if I can find it. Is it this one? No, that's not it. Let's see, it's not that one. Let me see. I'm trying to find it. So whenever like I open my algorithm, you know, the videos that pop up that pique my interest, I hit the like button on them to like watch them later, you know. Damn, where is this Postmaster one? All right, here it is.
And when something.
All right, looks like Rand Paul's the leader of this hearing here. All right, so this just came out June 24th, which was, I believe, Tuesday. So just the other day. So this one's fresh, and it's about an hour and 50 minutes long. So I hopefully I can make it through the whole thing, but I think I can. Got some midnight oil to burn, and then so this one's titled Trump's Postmaster General David Steiner gets grilled in Senate Homeland Security Committee. Oh yeah, this looks good. Hey, good suggestion, Al. Appreciate it.
This stops doing it. A company that refuses to adjust does not double its line of credit from the Treasury. It goes out of business. The Postal Service plays by different rules. When volume falls, it does not cut headcount, it adds. We've added over 120,000 employees. It's the opposite of what you do. When a private partner can do the work for less, you pull the work in-house. Instead, you've been pulling the work in-house at a higher cost. When a capital project fails, the post office keeps writing checks. And when the bill comes due, the post office hasn't answered. It comes to Congress asking for a higher credit limit and calls it reform. That's the heart of the problem. The post office has been protected from the hard choices that would stop the bleeding. So the bleeding never stops. Look at the record. We were told that the 2022 reform law, which shifted $107 billion away from the post office, would pull the Postal Service out of the hole. We were told that the Delivering for America plan would modernize the network and restore solvency. We were told this time it would be different. It was not. Since those promises, the post office has lost another $26 billion, and it is spending money it does not have on infrastructure it may not need. Since 2007, the Postal Service has lost more than $117 billion, $9 billion in the last year. Before anyone calls those losses uncontrollable, its own numbers say otherwise. It has roughly $18 billion in controllable losses since 2007, $3 billion just last year. This is not a rough patch. That is a broken business model. The Postal Service has already maxed out all $15 billion it can borrow from the Treasury. The Postmaster General warns it could run out of cash as soon as September if it continues to meet all statutory obligations. So the question is not whether the post office needs more money. The question is whether Congress will keep rewarding failure without requiring change. This is a business built for a country that no longer exists, and it refuses to adjust to the one that does. First-class mail is down 34% since 2014. Over the same period, the post office grew its career workforce by 9%. That makes no sense. Volume down by a third, headcount up. No private business would do that. Labor is about 80% of the Postal Service costs. At UPS, also unionized, it's closer to 60%. So the difference is not the union. The difference is whether management will adjust to reality. Instead of adjusting, it made things worse. Since 2020, even as revenue fell, the Postal Service converted about 285,000 workers into career positions, raising their pay and locking in decades of pension and health obligations it has no plan to fund. When a private company's volume falls, it reduces labor costs. When the Postal Service volume fell, it added employees and made them more expensive. This is not reform. This is the opposite.
I don't know if somebody put News Troll in timeout on accident, but News Troll's a good guy. They're putting little fun facts out there regarding all Donald Trump's incompetence.
Reform. The new Postmaster General did not make all of these decisions, but he controls whether they continue. The fleet electrification, the multi-billion-dollar network redesign, the capital projects without a clear return. These are not unavoidable costs. They are expensive choices, and Congress deserves to know whether new leadership will continue them. At the very least, the Postmaster General should immediately implement a hiring freeze to get labor costs under control. There are estimates that $1.8 billion could be saved in the first year with a hiring freeze. We've had a year and I haven't seen any action in this direction. And while it runs up these costs, the Postal Service will still price its core product below a delivery cost. A stamp is 78 cents heading to 82, still among the cheapest in the developing world. With its dominant products priced below cost, it's no wonder the Postal Service can't break even. That is not a business plan, it is a hidden tax. Before Congress considers another dollar of relief or more borrowing authority, the Postal Service should show the committee 5 things. A real plan to bring labor costs under control, proof that private partners will be used where they cost less, a commitment to stop capital spending that shows no return, a willingness to consolidate facilities that no longer make sense, and proof the service mandate can be met without permanent losses. And if it cannot, an honest debate about the mandate itself. Anything less is not reform. It is a slower, more expensive way to fail. And as always, the bill will be sent to the American people. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for convening today's important hearing. For more than 250 years, the United States Postal Service has helped bind our country together. It's connected families, it supports small businesses, it ensures that Americans nationwide can receive the essential mail and goods, no matter where they live. The Postal Service is the only carrier that delivers to every single address in America. That's a feat that for-profit competitors don't even try to meet. For communities across the country, particularly
Hey, what up, Travis Murphy? Hey, all right, for sure. Hope you have a good night, good Friday, and good rest of your weekend. Catch you later.
Each rural communities, the Postal Service and its workers provide an essential public service each and every day. In 2022, I was proud to lead and pass the Bipartisan Postal Services Reform Act, which increased transparency around postal delivery performance, ended overly burdensome retiree health care pre-funding requirements, and integrated Postal Service retirees' health care into Medicare, and codified 6-day delivery service. However, it's clear that the Postal Service continues to face significant challenges. The Delivering for America plan has not worked. Costs are up, service is down, and customers are paying the price. The plan has not yielded the financial results needed to stabilize the Postal Service's bottom line. Over the past 5 fiscal years, the Postal Service has posted $9.7 billion in controllable losses. Earlier this year, Postmaster General Steiner testified in the House that the Postal Service could run out of cash as soon as this year. Since then, the Postal Regulatory Commission gave the Postal Service flexibility on how it spends revenue from.
Yeah, the orange blob kebab, the orange blob cabal. They're trying to dismantle the post office because they want to get rid of mail-in voting because they know the MAGA movement's dead. They know the blue wave tsunami's coming, and they're all panicking. So they're doing whatever they can to cheat and rig the elections. Is what's going on.
National rate authority, providing the Postal Service with an additional $2.4 billion this year. The Postal Service has also temporarily suspended its normal contributions to the employee retirement plans to preserve cash. While the Postal Service has not provided a formal estimate of exactly when it will exhaust its available funds, it's clear that Congress and the Postal Service must take action to ensure Americans continue receiving mail reliably and affordably for the next 250 years. The Postal Service has shared some proposals with Congress that would help put it on stronger financial footing, including investing its pension funds, revising its calculation for its civil service retirement system obligation, as well as raising the borrowing limit. The Postmaster General is also now asking Congress to consider reviving an appropriation for the Postal Service. These proposals certainly deserve serious review, but any reform must come with real transparency, real accountability, and clear service improvement plans. The Postal Service must also do a better job of ensuring that every employee returns home safely at the end of each day. Last year, Nicholas Acker was tragically killed in an accident at a processing facility in Allen Park, Michigan. That facility was cited by OSHA on its safety standards compliance. And at my urging, the Office of Inspector General has now launched a nationwide facility safety audit. I expect the Postal Service to fully cooperate with the audit and double down on its efforts to protect all of its employees when they're on the job. And finally, we can't discuss the future of the Postal Service without addressing the recently published proposed rule on voting by mail that would enable President Trump to hijack the Postal Service for his own political gain. The Postal Service is a proud tradition dating all the way back to the Civil War of successfully delivering absentee ballots. In 2024, they securely delivered almost 100 million ballots. Last year, the Postal Service reaffirmed that its job is simply to transmit the mail and explicitly said they do not administer elections. The President's March executive order directs the Postal Service to create, quote, new mail-in absentee participation lists, which they will use to verify which voters are eligible to receive and cast ballots through the mail. This would give the Postal Service unprecedented authority over American elections and is an unconstitutional subversion of the Postal Service's duty. I'm disappointed that the Postal Service chose to give in to the President's illegal demands by issuing a proposed regulation that risks disenfranchising millions of eligible American voters nationwide. The Board of Governors did not even vote on the.
Oh, hey, I don't know. Somebody accidentally put News Troll in timeout, but News Troll's a good guy. Yeah, News Troll comes through with the fun facts. So sorry about that, News Troll.
Proof changes. Under the proposed rules, states must submit each absentee voter to a new national database controlled by the Postal Service and comply with new federal ballot mail-in requirements, or they will be prohibited from using the mail-in voting in their elections. The Postal Service will also conduct undefined ballot verification processes to ensure states meet these new federally imposed standards. Ultimately, the federal government will serve as the final arbiter as to who can actually vote by mail. Yesterday, I led the entire Democratic caucus to once again insist that the Postal Service abandon its effort, uphold the law, and return to its core functions. The Postal Service has one mission: to deliver the mail, no matter who sends it, and no matter where it's gone.
All right, News Troll. Hey, Hey, thanks for hanging out, and hope to see you soon. We'll be doing hearings all weekend long, so catch you later. And have a good Friday, good rest of your weekend.
I urge you to abandon these efforts and return the Postal Service to its constitutional role of simply delivering the mail, not acting as a partisan tool for the president. And lastly, I would like to reiterate that the Postal Service must be transparent and responsive to this committee so that we can work collaboratively on the many issues that we face. I hope that today's hearing will be a productive conversation about how we can work together to improve the financial position of the Postal Service and protect its ability to deliver for each and every American. Mr. President.
It is the practice of this committee to swear in witnesses. Will you please rise and raise your right hand?
Yeah, ICE is just pretty much like Trump's personal Gestapo goons. Pretty much like Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. That's why they all wear masks, because they don't want to be like identified, because they're all a bunch of J6 insurrectionists and Klan members. Just pretty much as racist bigots with no brains. Just a bunch of incompetent fools. They're like the rejects, like not even the cops wanted them. Like it's already been proven, like over the last year, there's like hundreds of pictures of various agents, Gestapo goon squads with like Nazi tattoos. And just doing all kinds of like heinous crimes.
Swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. David Steiner is the 76th Postmaster General of the United States and Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Postal Service. He was appointed by the organization's Board of Governors and began his tenure on July 15, 2025. In his role as Postmaster General, Steiner also serves as a member of the Board of Governors. Steiner is the former CEO of Waste Management, a $20.4 billion waste and environmental services company operating throughout North America with nearly 50,000 employees. He was CEO from 2004 to 2016. Mr. Steiner, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairman Paul, Ranking Member Peters, and Senators of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the future of the Postal Service, a venerated institution that has driven the growth of these United States for over 250 years, longer than the country itself. The title of this hearing is apt. The Postal Service has a broken business model, and we welcome the committee's focus on fixing it. Levers available to private sector enterprises and to government agencies are unavailable to the Postal Service. So, for example, first, we're mandated by law to deliver to every address. More than 170 million of them, 6 days a week. And there are over 1 million new stops added every year. This leads to 84% of city delivery and 52% of rural delivery route.
Hey, you guys, I think it was like in 2020, you guys remember Trump was like removing like mailboxes so people couldn't drop off mail?
Being financially underwater. Moreover, 58% or 18,000 of our post offices are losing money, incurring over $2.5 billion in operating costs. In a normal business model, if 70% of routes are losing money, you would adjust the routes. In a normal business model, if 60% of the stores you had were losing money, you'd close them. We're not allowed to do either. That is a broken business model. Second, we're not allowed to unilaterally raise prices, and we're required by law to give billions of dollars in discounts to many mailers. Third, we can only invest our retirement assets in U.S. Treasuries. If we were able to invest conservatively in other assets, we could have had nearly $1 trillion in additional retirement assets, and our retirement plans would be well overfunded rather than underfunded. Fourth, we pay an unfair allocation of CSRS benefits for retirees that were with the Post Office Department before it became the independent Postal Service. That costs us about $3.5 billion a year. Fifth, we cannot borrow more than $15 billion due to a statutory limit that was established decades ago that has not been adjusted for earnings or for inflation. Sixth, we're not allowed to manage our workers' compensation claims, costing us anywhere from $400 to $800 million a year. Now, despite all of these operational and accounting restraints, we're taking steps to fight our way back. That includes reducing transportation costs by $2 billion. We also reduced work hours by 56 million hours, equivalent to $3 billion, and reduced our overall headcount by 28,000. We've also made dramatic progress in improving our service scores.
They're going around racially profiling people. It's been proven. That's all they do. They claim it's like a special investigation. All they do is just drive around racially profiling people.
On-time delivery numbers not seen in at least the last 5 years. This is significant progress, but it's not enough. And we will continue to drive costs and drive service. So, to me, the choice for Congress is clear. Either remove the mandates that create the unsustainable business model, or compensate the Postal Service for those money-losing mandates. I will note that reimbursing the Postal Service for money-losing mandates is not a novel idea.
Okay, Wither. Nice attempt at your mental gymnastics there.
In 1971, Congress foresaw that they would be asking the Postal Service to do things that were guaranteed to lose money. In return, Congress decided to pay the Postal Service $460 million a year for those public service mandates. However, this public service reimbursement has not been appropriated since the 1980s. Our preferred proposal is that Congress update this public service reimbursement to reflect the true current costs of those mandates and allocate us those funds. However, we can also achieve profitability if we remove the money-losing mandates. But doing so doesn't just affect the Postal Service, but the entire ecosystem around it. That ecosystem supports $2 trillion in revenue and 8 million jobs. If the Postal Service reduces service and raises prices, that ecosystem suffers. Jobs are lost, and the overall economy suffers. So in closing, I'm here to tell America that we can do anything they desire, but we can't afford to do everything they desire without more help. The Postal Service has been an integral part of the growth of America, subsidizing the growth of steamships, railroads, aviation, and technology. So subsidizing the post office has been a spectacular investment for the United States. We believe this economic engine and that investment is worth it.
So these are like the opening statements from the Postmaster General right here for this hearing. I skimmed through it, and I'm looking forward for Sheldon Whitehouse makes a cameo. So looking forward for his cooking session. Hey, that last hearing though, Mark Wayne Mullin's just nothing but a big baby. Senator DeLauro really put him in his place, exposed him for the weak coward that he is.
Forward to discussing with you how to best do so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be glad to take some questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now proceed to questions. There are things you can control and things you can't control. And the mandates, I frankly would remove the mandates and treat it more.
That's funny. Yeah, Cheeseburger, that's what we do here. We got to educate these maggots because what happens is they're suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. They got that 1,000-yard stare. You ever look at a maggot and they just got that like soulless stares? That's what happens when 10 years of just Trump, So the very few that are still hanging on to this sinking ship, somehow, the algorithm finds them, whatever. And then they pull up because, usually they just watch Truth Social, which is failing, by the way, another failed Donald Trump grift. It's pretty much Truth Social is pretty much like Donald Trump's personal $1 billion blog. LOL. But yeah, we're over here, they're over there getting indoctrinated with Fox News, state regime media, otherwise known as Fox News. But they pull up in here and, we reform them, they come in here all hot-headed because, they're just they can't accept the fact that the MAGA ship's sinking. So they're fuck, I don't know what to do with my life, But at some point, they're going through the 5 stages, they're going through the denial stage and then You know, at some point they go through the acceptance stage. So that's what we're here for, you know. I just checked out my analytics, and hey, shout out to everyone that never has and never will drink the Kool-Aid. We've saved 10,000 maggots in the last month, so give yourselves a round of applause, and shout out to all the reformed maggots out there, you know, or I don't even call you maggots. The reformed ones, I'll just call them former MAGA members. But, you know, there's still the MAGA cult members that are still suffering from their TDS, otherwise known as Trump devotion syndrome. All right, please hit the like button. Thank you.
So I just remove them completely. Even some compromises, you know, you go from 6 days to 5 days, you save $3 billion. You go to 4 days, you save $3 billion. Another $3 billion. That'd be $6 billion. That's 2/3 of your annual debt just by going to 4 days. You can let people pay. If they want it 6 days, they pay an extra $30 a month or $50 a month to get it. I think what you'd find is in the marketplace, almost nobody would pay. They get used to getting it in 4 days. But there are things you control. Hiring freeze. Hiring freeze, we see estimates as much as $1.8 billion a year, and actually cumulative costs going up higher. Why no hiring freeze?
We actually did institute a hiring freeze probably about 40 days ago. Put out a memo not only with a hiring freeze, but a spending freeze.
How does it work to have the postal rates change? The Postal Regulatory Commission does it. Do you ask them to do things? What is the communication between the Board of Governors and the PRC? Are they completely separate? How do rates go up?
Yeah, so our rates are capped right now. Our rates are capped by an inflation factor and then a number of stops, basically.
But do you submit something to them saying we're losing money, we're below with the market rate, we have to go up? Do you submit that to them?
Yeah, we recently, so it limits us as to what type of price increases we can get. We recently filed a petition, and they have undertaken a 5-year review. We recently filed a petition that said, allow us to raise prices to meet this loss gap that we have. That petition is under consideration right now. I would hope that the PRC would give it full consideration. You know, the truth is, Mr. Chairman, that in my opinion, the PRC has not put the financial sustainability of the post office first.
We agree.
And they will tell you they have a number of factors that they have to balance. I completely agree with that. But at a time when we are failing, I think they should give more credence to allowing us to do the things that we need to do to become profitable. And they have prevented us from doing a number of those things.
If some of the numbers were accurate, you're telling us you would have gone a long way towards reducing the $9 billion, saving $2 billion in transportation costs, saving $3 billion in hours. That kind of goes along with hiring freeze. That'd be half of your deficit for the year, but I don't believe next year's deficit is going to be half of 9.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, anyone that you know, I've been associated with a number of businesses, ran a very large one for a long period of time, and the problem that you've got in any business is that you've got inflation in your wage base, you have inflation in your supplier base, you have a lot of different inflation. So what you try to do is to get enough productivity to offset that inflation in your cost base. Right. This year, we will offset all but 0.2% of our cost increases. But the problem is, in order to make money, any business person, go to any business school, they will tell you, get productivity to offset your inflation in your cost base, and then price and volume can drop straight to the bottom line. You become profitable.
So currently, I just want to be clear, there is a hiring freeze at the post office.
There is.
Raising the price from 78 cents to 95 generates about 1.6 billion. Hiring freeze about 1.8 billion in the first year, goes up over time. 3 billion for each day reduced.
Oh, hey, what up, guys? Hey, what's up, Rendezvous? Thanks for reminding me about the poll. Let's give an update here. All right, so thanks for everyone that voted so far. So we got 617 votes. 55% of the people say that Donald Trump is violating civil rights with his immigration tactics. Yeah, because they're just, you know, over there racially profiling people, violating everyone's, you know, pretty much every constitutional right, you know, but just 4 more months until the blue wave tsunami comes through. We take back both chambers. But yeah, I'm gonna start a new poll right now, guys. that relates more to this hearing that we're watching.
I think the hiring freeze could have come earlier, but at least you will start saving some from 40 days ago. There are some people reporting that this really isn't a full hiring freeze. So I would like details on exactly what a hiring freeze means to you to make sure it means the same thing to us. I think that when you and I had talked, and when we had talked with your staff coming into this, what we really wanted was you to prepare for us. This is where we spend our money. This is where we could reduce. This I can do on my own, and this I can do with Congress's help. That's what I would do if I were in charge. I would put out things and say, well, instead of just complaining about the mandates, tell us specifically. It looks like for each one day it's $3 billion. And, Congress needs to address that. Part of this is Congress's fault, because they have unrealistic mandates that make it hard for you. But the previous postmaster expanded the post office. He made the post office bigger. The only thing you really can control is you can outsource, not insource. We have known that since the beginning of time. It's not rocket science. Contractors cost less than the government employees. 80% of your cost is labor. Reducing labor is the only thing you can do, and contractors do it better. I don't care if you outsource 98% of it and have no post office and you're a shell for contracting, because it's the only thing you can do, because nothing the post office does is efficient or makes money. So what I would like is for you to send us a more detailed, this is the money that comes in, this is what we would do, this is what happens if the rate goes up. We have sent a letter to the Postal Commission. I really think that we ought to consider combining it and just having one. Just have a board of governors, have no postal rate commission, just have one commission. The people who run it should be setting the prices, and there could be a veto power by Congress if they didn't want to do it. But the problem is when you vote on prices, nobody wants higher prices, so everybody wants to please the public, and so everybody would always vote for lower prices, but then that's part of the reason why we're here. So I hope you will at least pledge to us that you'll send me a more detailed analysis of what you can do, what you can't do, because the gist of what I got from you today is we just need to borrow more money. And that to me is, I think, defeatism and not something I'm interested in doing, just loaning you more money when you lose $9 billion a year. It's not just you, it's the mandates, but it's also the system. And, the hiring freeze should have, I would have done that day one. I still hear reports that it's not a complete hiring freeze. So we pledged to send us more information on what exactly we need to do to make the post office whole.
Absolutely. I'm glad to do it. And Senator, when I took this job, I took it and had the very narrow focus of how do we make the Postal Service profitable. As I've gone through this job, I've recognized that you can't look at the Postal Service in isolation. You have to look at the Postal Service in the context of this $2 trillion industry that is virtually 100% dependent upon the Postal Service. And so what I'm trying to figure out, and I think what the discussion should be, is how do we do what is best for the American people and what's best for the American Treasury, right? How do we get the most net dollar?
Oh, man. Orange Man is doing what's worst for the American people and the American Treasury. He's robbing the American Treasury. And he's robbing us blind, too. The illegal tariffs, unlawful war. Like, if it wasn't for Trump's illegal tariffs and unlawful war, we would all literally have an extra like $5,000 in our pockets, cash, go on a vacation with that. Thanks, Orange Man. Yeah, America first, big guy.
Into the Treasury. And I wouldn't have told you this even 3 months ago, but I would tell you that today, I think it's worth discussing whether having us act as an economic engine, a development company, if you will, of this $2 trillion industry that surrounds us, if that wouldn't generate more net dollars, generate more net jobs, generate more net service for the American public than reducing days of service and reducing numbers of post offices. Now, again, I'll do it either way. We can do it either way. But I think that's the discussion we need.
You could argue that the Egyptians building the pyramids created trillions of dollars in jobs. I think it's a false argument because the money could be spent somewhere else. So we could build pyramids, we can build the post office bigger, and all it for every dollar we.
Hey, what's up, Brian? Brian says Trump is grifting as much as he can before the midterms. Yeah, that actually makes sense. I've noticed his grifting is in full steam ahead. He's just grifting left and right.
Dollar.
He's got his grubby little orange hands all up in the cookie jars.
Ignoring is for every dollar you put into government, that dollar would have been spent much more effectively in the private marketplace. Senator Peters.
Mr. General Steiner, the Postal Service's proposed vote by mail rule, published on June 2nd at the direction of the president, as I mentioned in my opening comments, I believe should concern every American. This rule marks certainly an alarming departure from the Postal Service's long-standing tradition of neutrally delivering all types of mail. You get a piece of mail with an address on it, you make sure it gets delivered to that address is in a timely fashion. You don't ask any other questions. What this basically rule will do is going to turn the Postal Service, however, into a ballot verification agency that's would control basically a master database of every American absentee voter. It would also give the Postal Service new power to determine whose ballots get delivered. I think the Constitution is clear. Elections are to be administered by the states, not the federal government. We have a tradition of our local communities and states administering these elections. And again, once again, not the federal government. So my question for you is, under what legal authority can the Postal Service regulate who and how people can vote by mail?
Yeah, as you know, our regulations are proposed regulations, not final regulations. As to the authority, I used to be a lawyer, but I was a business lawyer, not a constitutional lawyer. And so I would have to defer that to the courts to understand the authority.
Well, I think it's clear that there's nowhere in the Constitution, there's no federal law that the Postal Service is authorized to create these types of voter databases, ballot verification systems, or mandatory standards. It just simply doesn't exist. It's hard to interpret a law when it doesn't even exist there, which is what we have. Just because President Trump wants to do this does not make it law, doesn't make it right, doesn't make it constitutional. There is certainly a massive difference between.
I love how this guy Peters is explaining to this MAGA meathead like a 10-year-old kid.
Requirements and regulating elections. Routine changes to the postal network can have a small impact on election mail, but this effort is a power grab to swap constitutionally mandated state control for what the president wants. I think it's very clear. So last year, Mr. Steiner, you issued a rule that explicitly said that the Postal Service has, quote, no role in administering elections. What has changed?
I don't think anything has changed. Senator, I'm not a political person, and the Postal Service is not a political organization. We, as you said, I think you quite aptly said, we deliver mail. That's what we do. We deliver mail. And that's what ballots are. Ballots are mail. Now, they are a special kind of mail, obviously. They need special care. And so years ago, we recommended what we call Kit 600. In Kit 600, the fundamental premises of...
Here we go, guys. Hey, everybody, make sure you stretch because this guy's about to make us do some mental gymnastics right now.
It is a unique barcode and a unique envelope. That allows us to move those ballots more efficiently, more securely. That is what our proposed rules suggest, is that we have unique barcode, unique envelope. And that is not something that is new. That's something that's been being used by states throughout the country on both sides of the political spectrum. So California has followed.
What's up? What's up, cheeseburger? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Probably ate too much screwworm. Probably had some like deep fried screwworm or something. Screwworm calamari.
Oregon has followed it. Arizona has followed it. Florida has followed it, among many other states. And so, to me, it's not a political question. It's a question of how do we most efficiently and securely move ballots. We've been recommending this for many years. All this does is make it a requirement.
Well, certainly best practices are different than having a mandatory requirement. You can follow best practices to deliver it more efficiently without having control of vast voter rolls and having the ability to have that data. This is basically a backdoor way for the federal government to get voting information that states control under the U.S. Constitution. So yes or no, if a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal route?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking
I mean, that's the answer. You don't know. So the proposed rule.
What do you mean ICE doesn't deport citizens? They deported Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
It coerces states to conform to these new requirements and hand over their absentee voter rolls or face the consequences of not being able to vote by mail. Some states, that's all they do. Oregon is completely vote by mail. If they say, no, we control the list, the states control the list, we're not going to give it.
Oregon has followed Kit 600 since the day they started voting by mail.
This is a different issue. This will be a lot different issue. You're telling these states either give the federal government this information, trust the federal government, trust the Trump administration. We'll take good care of these. And if you don't do it, you can't mail absentee ballots. You're going to make a decision that people cannot vote by mail. That's unacceptable.
Well, all that does, Senator, is make sure that we match the ballots that a state believes they're sending out to what actually gets sent out, right? And so all the state gives us is a list of here are the voters that are supposed to get ballots and here are the ballots. We then compare the two, make sure that the ballots that are supposed to be sent get sent. If Maryland had followed that, they probably wouldn't be in the problem they're in today. So it is a much more efficient, a much more effective way to make sure that I would think that states would want the information to ensure that the ballots that they think are sending out are the ballots that are actually being sent out.
Well, they do know what they're dropping mail. I think they can understand that. They think if they put an address with their voter rolls on a piece of mail for a ballot and give it to you, they do expect you're actually going to deliver it. You don't have to say, we want all of your information. We want that information in our control. You mentioned Maryland. I think that was a printing error. This regulation would have done nothing to fix what happened in Maryland. The states control their own elections. That's pretty clear in the Constitution. And an effort by this administration to nationalize elections and have the federal government having this information is incredibly dangerous precedent. You can imagine sharing this information with the Department of Homeland Security, using these lists for a variety of nefarious purposes. We need to protect the integrity of the voting rolls. We need to protect the separation of elections from federal government and ensure that our state and local governments are the one administering their own elections. That's what this is about.
Well, we are the Postal Service. All we do is deliver mail. We're trying to deliver it securely, efficiently, and accurately.
Senator Johnson.
Postmaster General Steiner, welcome to the committee. Thank you for taking on this very thankless task and bringing your business acumen to the table here. From my standpoint, there's two problems. There's the operational problem. There's the unfunded liability problem. And if there's a root cause to any of this, it's because Congress, who has allowed us to become $39 trillion in debt, tries to micromanage the Postal Service with mandates, with all kinds of other things. So I would agree with President or with Chairman Paul. I would love to see you use your, set the mandates, the congressional requirements aside, and just use your business acumen and go, this is what we would need to do to make the postal system solvent operationally. Again, this business has been losing revenue, losing volume for years, and this isn't something new. Okay, so that'd be my request as well. So, give us a detailed plan. Forget all the congressional mandates, but what would you do as a business person looking at this as a business? Let's talk about the unfunded liability. When I became chairman of this committee in 2015, I got a lot of pressure to do postal reform. And the postal reform always was a taxpayer bailout, which would not fix it, would not address the operation. In 2022, we did postal reform, and we offloaded about $107 billion of the unfunded liability into Medicare, which, by the way, is not particularly solvent either. We still have $166 billion unfunded liability, correct?
That's correct.
How many years does somebody have to work in the Postal Service before they can retire on full retirement pay?
I don't plan to be here that long, so I never asked that question.
Did you not know?
I do not know.
Okay, I think it's pretty short. Do you know what it was in your business?
Pardon?
Do you know what it was in waste management?
In waste management, we didn't have a retirement plan. We had 401ks.
Okay. Well, anyway, it'd be interesting to have that information. What is the Postal Service? What is average in private sector? Because I think one of the problems is
I do believe, Senator, I believe, and I may misspeak, but I believe you start vesting at 5 years. I'm not sure when you fully vest.
But I'd like to know that because that's key information in terms, and then you compare it against the private sector. I have to bring this up. I know the House passed a bill with 74 additional zip codes. We get requests, say you want your own zip code. You respond to this committee. I think the cost of setting that up would be $800 million and then $90 million a year when you're hemorrhaging billions of dollars a year. Can you just describe through the committee the problem in these, I'll call them vanity zip codes?
Sure. And first off, I do believe that we have some alternate type of solutions that we can do other than doing their own dedicated zip code. So we'd love to have our staff speak with your staff or with any of the other members of the Senate or Congress that are looking at their own individualized zip code. I think we can come up with some other solutions. The problem, it's interesting because being the newbie here, you would think new zip code, pretty simple, right? The problem is every single digit in that zip code means something. And so if you change a digit, what do you have to do? You have to put a receiving facility there to receive that mail, right? And then as you go through our process, remember 110 billion pieces every year, call it 300 and some odd million pieces every single day. Our machines are set up by zip code so that boxes get transported to zip codes. You start adding zip codes, what do you have to do? You have to start adding more bays and more boxes, not in one plant, but in every plant throughout the United States. That's why, that 800 billion of capital that it would cost to do it sounds like a crazy number. It's not a crazy number because you have to make that change everywhere throughout the system. And so what we're trying to do is to come up with ways where we can do it without a zip code. Part of the reason why folks want their own zip code have nothing to do with the mail. It's because it might give them different insurance rates, right? Let's address the underlying problem rather than adding another $800 billion of cost to the
Was that 800 billion or million?
I'm sorry, 800 million.
Million, that's what I thought. So just to underscore, we did a postal reform bill in 2022, $107 billion offload the American taxpayer. It didn't even come close to solving the problem. I think we need to really focus on that. Again, that's what I resisted during my chairmanship. I'm not going to do it until you fix the problem. $107 billion didn't even touch the problem.
Yeah, and I think that is a perfect example of how we got where we are, right? The problems that were fixed there were what I call the accounting problems, right? Welfare, retirement, different things like that. They weren't the operational problems that plague the post office, right? The mandates that I talked about in my opening remarks. And so that bill took care of a lot of the accounting issues.
Again,
not all of them.
At the expense of the American taxpayer.
But it exacerbated the operational problem. How did it do that? It required 6-day-a-week delivery. And so instead of, what I'm here to say is let's have the discussion on how we holistically look at fixing both the accounting issues and fix the operational issues, because the operational issues have not been addressed in the prior reform acts.
Thank you.
Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Peters for this hearing, and welcome, and it's good to see you, Mr. Steiner. As you already discussed with Senator Peters, the Postal Service recently proposed a rule that would allow it to unilaterally block ballots from being sent to certain voters before they ever ever have the chance to cast a vote. This un-American plan will inevitably result in some law-abiding U.S. citizens not being able to receive the ballots they're entitled to and reduce citizen participation in our democracy. And in my state of New Hampshire, where people vote absentee only if they are physically unable to be at the polls on election day, and often don't know that that will be the case until kind of the 11th hour, it means that some eligible voters will be unable to vote in my state. The plan is also blatantly illegal. The Constitution is clear that states are responsible for elections, not the Postal Service. So I'll join with other colleagues in urging you to immediately withdraw this rule. But even setting aside the merits of the rule and your own views about whether it is legal, I want to ask a more basic question about the rule of law. If a court tells you to withdraw your rule or to not enforce it, will you follow that court order?
Obviously, we follow court orders.
Good. Okay, moving on. On-time delivery for first-class mail in the New Hampshire region has fallen by more than 10 percentage points over the last 8 years and is now more than 5 percentage points below the Postal Service's own target of 87%. That means nearly 1 in 5 letters are failing to arrive on time. Prior efforts, including cuts to overtime and moving some mail processing out of New Hampshire, likely have contributed to those delays. As Congress considers options to address the Postal Service's financial deficit, those options will depend on your commitments to meet certain service levels. And I think you laid that out today pretty well. What specific commitments can you make to maintaining on-time delivery in rural areas, and how can this committee hold you to them?
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to maintain on-time delivery. We want to improve on-time delivery because it really is. To me, that is the calling card of the Postal Service, right? That is the price of admission that we have. If we can't effectively and efficiently serve our customers, then I completely agree with you. You shouldn't give us any help. And so, as I've looked at it, a big part of what we've got going on is the fact that we don't have end-to-end visibility. And that is sort of what I call the moonshot at the Postal Service now, is how do we get end-to-end visibility? Because what happens, I won't go into a lot of detail, but what happens is when that box that's going to New Hampshire gets delivered, and then it's supposed to go first in, first out, and then another 100 boxes get delivered. It gets buried somewhere.
So just because my time is limited,
sure.
What commitments can you make to maintaining or improving on-time delivery in rural areas? And again, what do you need from this committee? And if you can be brief, and we can follow up after the committee if necessary.
Yes. Yeah. No, look, I would love to have, there are so many different categories of first-class mail. I'd love to have that. Let's make sure, we should be delivering at least as well as our competition delivers packages. So we're talking sort of 95%.
Right. And look, rural America depends on the post office for a whole lot of things. That last mile of delivery is critically important. We're talking about people's medications. We're talking about payments for small businesses and supplies. So this is really important to us. So let me just move on to one other issue, and I want to follow up on on that last line of questioning with you and get some details and get some commitments. But during your House testimony on March 17th, you committed to giving Congress 5-year financial projections on cost-cutting measures. In a subsequent letter, the committee asked you to respond by this Friday. Getting timely analysis is critical for Congress to act on your requests and understand the impacts of possible reforms on the services provided to our constituents. Will you meet Friday's deadline?
Yes, I think we can meet Friday's deadline.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I've spent the last couple of days studying for this, so I haven't had a chance to look at that. But we'll get you something by.
Well, so have you read the analysis? I mean, it was due Friday, and if you think you're going to meet the deadline.
Yes. And so what we've put together is basically, here's what our trend line is, and then here are the things that can move that trend line up or down: price, volume, productivity, and so what we can get you is here's the trend. Here's how we think we can bend that trend positively or negatively.
So let me.
I think that's exactly what you'd like to see.
What cost-cutting measures have you identified as part of the analysis, and what impact would they have on the projected date that you'll run out of cash?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what we're doing from a cost-cutting point of view, it really, for us, is all about the effective and efficient movement of the mail. And so you've got to look at the various
Right, but
categories.
what
So-
specific measures have you identified and what does that do in terms of the long time projection for when you're running out of
Right. So let's walk through, if you want, we can walk through the entire sort of mail system. So you've got the carriers, right? The carriers that deliver mail, that pick up mail. We look all the time at how do we make those routes more efficient. And then you go to the processing plants.
Hey, what up, Steven? Hey, all right, have a good one. And catch you later. Have a good weekend.
How do we make that more efficient? Obviously, you have to have investments in technology. And then that mail gets transported. We're looking at how do you take out transportation costs? As I mentioned, we've taken out $2 billion in transportation costs. And then you've got it showing up again at another plant where it ultimately gets delivered by the carrier, that full cycle. We look at every single phase of it.
So you have proposals in this letter, and I realize I'm a little over time. So what do those proposals do to the projection of when you'll run out of money? Are you going to be able to be solvent for longer?
Yeah, I do want to clear up a misconception because, I think the PRC testified that we've got cash to last us a certain amount of time. Let me be very, 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 very clear. We are out of cash. We are out of cash. If we had to pay all of our bills today, we could not pay all of our bills today. We are out of cash. What we are doing right now is we're basically borrowing money from our retirement plans to fund current operations. I'm not particularly comfortable with that. I promise you our employees are not particularly comfortable
with that.
And neither am I. You all shouldn't be comfortable with that. None of us should be comfortable with that. To me, that's why we have to have this discussion of how we fix this broken business model.
So I am over time. I want to follow up with you, and I hope you will be more clear about what the savings you think will do in terms of your cash flow and cash solvency.
Absolutely. Glad to come meet with you at any time you'd like to have that discussion. Glad to do it.
Senator Langford.
Sure. Thank you, David. Thanks for stepping into this role and taking this on. This is a tough task to be able to take on. I'm always interested in when we in Congress are talking to USPS about how you balance your budget. I find that always ironic for us to be able to be in that conversation as a body that has $2 trillion worth of overspending this year. And
I wasn't going to bring that up.
No, I will. It is a challenge that we got to be able to figure out. I want to be able to drill down on multiple things here. Part of the challenge that you're facing is not only the complexity of the organization, the number of people that are in the organization, the equipment that are there, the out-of-date buildings, and all the other things that are there that make this incredibly expensive to be able to manage, but the lack of flexibility to be able to actually help fix this. So I want to drill down on a couple of things. In the short time that you've been there so far, we're dealing with, over the last 10 years, and you've only been there months at this point, but over the last 10 years, delivery has gotten slower as well. So we've got increasing amounts of expenses and decreasing speed of service. In the same time period, Amazon and Walmart are racing to try to get deliveries to people's homes in 2 hours. And it's now taken 5 days for a lot of folks in rural America to be able to get a letter moving, where it used to take 2 in the past. As you're dealing with the debt in other areas, this has got to be one of the areas you're focused on as well. It's just speed of delivery, because that increases the volume of people actually using that. Where are you going on that?
Yeah, and then that's what I was talking about, the moonshot, the visibility, right? I mean, the reason why, well, let's look at the context first. FedEx, Amazon, UPS, deliver, call it anywhere from maybe 8 to 10 billion packages a year. We deliver 110 billion pieces every year. So the magnitude, the difference in the networks is dramatic. And so for us, it's all about visibility. We've got to know where that piece of mail is at any particular point in time, because what happens is it gets shoved to the back of the line and forgotten. And so we are working on it right now to where we can get visibility into every piece, so that if we see that a piece is delayed, we can call that plant manager and say the piece is delayed. This is not rocket science technology. This is not technology that doesn't exist. This is technology that exists, that other companies use. Again, because we've underinvested in the network, because we don't have the cash, we haven't been able to get that end-to-end visibility. That is absolutely where our focus is right now.
Okay. It's interesting to me. There's been an ongoing dialogue for a while about zip codes. And this has been fascinating for me. And a lot of it's really based around tax collection.
collection, quite frankly, online businesses and trying to be able to get tax revenue to that local community. And let me just give you a couple ideas. We have a beautiful community in northern Oklahoma called Enid.
Oh yeah, what's up, Eric Klein? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Trump didn't want to sign it, the affordable housing, and everyone voted for it.
Force Base is there, great community, fantastic folks. There's also North Enid, which is a different town. And everybody just thinks, that's the northern part of Enid. No, it's not. It's a totally different town. Same zip code, by the way. And the confusion is always there between North Enid and Enid to try to figure out where's tax revenue going and everything else. And they base it on the zip code collection on this. This has been an interesting thing. They're not looking for a new post office. They're not looking for a new physical location. They're trying to do better tracking of where actually revenue should go and how this should actually flow. I can give you lots of different ideas, like the fabulous community of Hochatown in southeastern Oklahoma, which is a great resort community around a lake. They're also connected to Broken Bow, same zip code on it. They're trying to figure out, they have totally different operations between Broken Bow and between Hochatown on it, but the tax revenues all go into one. How do we solve this? They're not looking for a new physical place. They're just looking for a different number on this. Why is this so hard?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, every number means something in that zip code.
Yeah.
Right? And our entire network, so those 110 billion pieces only move because every number means something. And every time you add a new zip code, what do you have to do? You have to add something to the network, right? That's why, when I first heard that it would cost $800 million to fix all these zip codes, I thought, well, that's crazy. But it's true, because you don't fix. There is not one light switch that you flip and say, okay, now the mail goes there. You've got to change the entire network. And that takes a lot.
Is it a technology issue, just from out-of-date technology? Because just about every other system, you change the numbers on it and it reroutes.
It's not technology. It's physical assets, right? And so for example, we'll have a sorter that's lined up and it would have call 24 bays in it, right? You add zip codes, you got to add a 25th bay, 26th bay, 27th bay, because those boxes are going to that specific zip code. And you don't have to add that in one plant. You have to add that in every plant. And so it's the multiplying effect of the capital that's required. We are, and I would love to have our staff, any members of Congress, let's figure out a way, because the underlying problem is insurance rates, taxes. It's not delivery of mail. The underlying problem is not our problem. Would love to have us all get together and say, how can we fix this and change it without having to massively change our system?
Yeah, I look forward to that conversation on it. We've had some good dialogue before about the electric vehicles that were purchased by previous administration with no chargers and some of the waste that was done there that should have been actually going towards actually improving the quality of delivery on this rather than towards some other random goal that wasn't met. So thanks again for your work.
Thank you.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming before us here. I want to just start by asking you about the census. This is something that's so.
Hey, what's up, Waffle Jackson? We got free speech over here, everyone. The only thing, is just no spam, no, racism. But I haven't seen anyone doing that. But yeah. Thanks for everyone that's hanging out and interacting. I like this senator guy right here. I forget his name, but this guy's cool.
Important to our country, explicitly stated within the Constitution as a function of our government here. The Census Bureau is currently testing the use of postal workers to conduct the census. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Is that something you approved?
It is, yes, absolutely.
And so I guess I wanted to ask you, because this was looked into, this was examined during the first Trump administration. What was the outcome of that pilot during the first Trump administration?
I'm not familiar with any pilot that was done in the first administration. I obviously wasn't here, so I'd hate to speak to that. What I can tell you is that we are in the middle of the pilots right now. There's two, they're small pilots, but in one, we actually have, we tell our mail carriers, you can become an enumerator. So you have your current job, you can also be an enumerator. And in the other pilot, we're using our carriers to get follow-up information from addresses. They're both actually going fairly well. Look, the discussions, the only discussions I've ever had about this is how do we do it more efficiently and less costly for the American public. We'll see if we can do that through the pilots, but you would think that it would make sense that we could do it more efficiently and cheaper because we're already going.
Look, I'm all for efficiency and for saving money, but again, this is a function of our government that's laid out in the Constitution. And I'll be honest with you, it concerns me that you were not aware of a pilot program that tried to do exactly this in the first Trump administration because, I'm just going through the Census government report right now, and there's a recommendation section here, and it says all pilot activities were discontinued based on the irreconcilable conflicts of the requirements of 13 USC and 18 and 19 and 39 USC. So I guess I just want to ask you.
You can tell me what those are because I don't know what.
But this is not like you don't come to us for the cheat codes here. Like this is something that you should be aware of as you are.
I am absolutely aware of it.
Okay, so tell me what.
Our legal department is absolutely aware of it.
So tell me then what.
No one has said anything about us violating any particular statute.
Can you tell me what the difference is between Title 39 and Title 13 then?
I'm not a lawyer. No, I couldn't. Well, I used to be a lawyer.
Well, I'm not a lawyer either, but I know the difference. And so what I'll just tell you is that what we have is Title 39 allows the Postal Service to share information with law enforcement and others during certain circumstances. In contrast, Title 13 explicitly forbids sharing of individuals' census data for any purpose. The reason I raise this is that the pilots that you're trying to do down in Huntsville and Spartanburg, we've gone through this several years ago. And as mentioned, they were discontinued based off of irreconcilable conflicts between these two. So the question is, if you're trying to move forward with this, what's different? Are you seeking legislative fixes? Are there other things you're doing that would try to show this?
Yeah, no, I am absolutely glad to get our staff together with your staff. I know that those were issues. I know that the oath was an issue. And I know that our legal department and the Department of Commerce's and the Census Bureau's legal departments looked at those issues, resolved those issues. I cannot tell you the fundamental underpinnings of the legal statutes that do that, but absolutely glad to have anyone on your side.
So look, I'll follow with your team. I'm the ranking member of the subcommittee that oversees the census, which is why we've been so focused on this.
Sure.
If okay with you, I'd like to make sure that we have congressional oversight to be able to do a visit to these pilot programs and be able to learn more. Is that something you can agree to?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, look, the other thing I'll just say here, and I just want to raise this, is that we've been having some issues down at the Trenton processing facility. There was an OSHA inspection, some continued things that haven't been remedied, and I've been hearing from some of my constituents there. I just wanted to ask, would you be able to ensure that you'll work with me to make sure that anything that is continuing to be outstanding in terms of the concerns that were raised are ones that we can remedy?
Yes, thank you for bringing that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Look, safety is our number one priority. If there's some issues there, I won't send you my staff to follow up on that. Call me, and I'll make sure we follow up.
Okay, well, I'll make sure we get each other's numbers. We'll follow back up. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield back.
Senator Scott.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. All right. So I don't understand how a business loses money. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So if you couldn't get any more money out of the government, all right, and we didn't let you borrow more money, because if you borrow more money, ultimately, you know what that's going to happen. Postal office, I've been up here 7 years, it never makes money. So they'll come ask for a bailout, right? So.
Oh man, this clown right here. I can't stand this guy. This guy's one of the worst. He's another one of those Trumpstein class the Trumpstein elite over there. Oh man, what's this guy's name? Rick Scott? This guy's a goonball right here.
We're not fixing anything. There's no real solution here. So if there were no limitations on what you could do, what would you do?
So you may have seen the press reports. We actually brought in the preeminent restructuring firm in the world to look and tell us exactly that. Let's assume that we aren't going to get any help. What are we going to do? They're in the process of putting that report together. I would tell you that there is absolutely no doubt that would lead to a streamed down postal service. It would lead to delays in service. I mean, there's look. As the chairman very appropriately pointed out, 80% of our costs are labor costs. There's only one way you can become profitable here, and that's address the labor costs. And so we would have to go in and look at how we can change days of service. Reduce the level of services, and we would have to shut down a massive number of post offices.
So, all right. So let's take. I looked on the report I've got that if you look at the number of pieces on marketing mail versus the revenue, it's dramatically less per piece than first class. So why is that? First off, I'm sure we all love all the marketing mail we get. Because I have to get an extra recycling bin for it.
My old business, we love that, by the way. Please recycle
that's probably good for you. You just recycle it, people would look at it.
But it is the antiquated.
Wow, what a evil laugh right there. Listen to this guy. You must have one of those orange gold butt plugs or something. Who laughs like that?
That's probably good for you. It's funny. You just recycle it, people would look at it.
But it is the antiquated pricing structure that is imposed upon us by the PRC. And so, to the chairman's
who's
point,
the PRC? Why do we
Postal Regulatory Commission?
But why do what? So who's that?
They were set up in when the Postal Service was split, so that they could oversee this quote unquote monopoly. Now, in 1971, arguably we were a monopoly. There is zero chance that we are a monopoly at this point in time. And so I completely agree with the chairman. It seems to me that we have a regulatory body that is regulating in a past era.
So why would they want you to make money?
Well, they've got what I've understood from them, and I won't profess to speak for them. They say they have to balance a number of things. But
marketing mail.
Right. So here's the balance that they did last. They told us we can only raise prices once a year. And they acknowledged that could be $700 million to the Postal Service. That could cost us $700 million. In their opinion, they said, but that doesn't make a big dent in their total loss. So we're going to do it. Who does that benefit? It benefits the marketing mailers, right? That's $700 million that got transferred from us directly to our customers.
No, it got transferred to the taxpayers of the country. That's who it got transferred to. The taxpayers paid for, right? Because we're going to have to cover your losses.
That's absolutely correct. And so I think your point is absolutely correct. A normal business takes price and volume and finds the best mix.
Well, why are they in existence? Why do you need them?
Because we don't need them, but they are in existence. Ostensibly, again, I won't speak for them, but ostensibly because we are a monopoly and they have to regulate the monopoly.
How many marketing contracts have you lost at FedEx and UPS?
For
marketing mail?
Oh no, marketing mail. We are the only ones that deliver marketing mail. We do have a monopoly on the mailbox.
You can't charge whatever price.
No.
And you have to charge less than first class.
Absolutely.
So a letter I want to send to my grandkid, costs me more than the marketing stuff I don't want to read.
Absolutely. And Senator, you would not believe how arcane and complicated those pricing rules are, because there's so many different classes and so many different discounts. You definitely need an advanced degree to understand them, and I don't.
And you acknowledge if you go borrow money, ultimately all you're saying is if we go borrow money, you're going to come back later and ask for the taxpayer to pay for it, right?
Well, no, I truly believe, and this is, in defense of the mailing industry, I truly believe that if we become an economic engine rather than just thinking of us in terms of delivery, and we help grow that industry, it is a $2 trillion industry. And actually the marketing that they do is very effective. We can make it more effective if we can manage the price
They
and
should
the volume.
pay for it. If they're going to make money off of it, they should pay for it.
And I would hope they do pay for it through paying taxes. And no, look, I completely agree on the price piece too. We have to match price and volume that's best for us. But I truly do believe that this $2 trillion ecosystem, we have a choice to either shrink it or grow it. It's been shrinking for the last 15 years. If it continues to shrink, net dollars into the treasury get reduced. I think it's a discussion worth having. And look, you all get to make those policy decisions. I'll do it either way. But I do think it's a discussion worth having.
All right, thank you.
So Rick, I think you've hit on this. If you combine the PRC with the Board of Governors, make it one entity, they can make their prices what they need. If you go from 78 cents to 95 cents, that's 1.6 billion. If you go from 6 days to 4 days, that's 6 billion. You've almost wiped out your entire debt by going to 4 days and by allowing the price to go up. Just 2 changes would do it. You could even allow people still to keep 6 days if they want to pay for it. But you'll find that there's not going to be a lot of votes to allow that to happen. And so we prevent them from letting it happen. Hiring freeze also says 1.5 billion. There's all kinds of things that can be done that immediately could wipe out your 9 billion. But you probably would have to go to less days of delivery would be thing. The price helps. That's 1.6 billion of 9 billion or 9.5 billion. So.
We've looked a little bit at that too.
Senator Slotkin.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
All right, finally, a real politician. None of this MAGA meat writing mumbo jumbo. Here comes Senator Slotkin with the hard hitting questions, and she has the Americans' best interests in mind. A true patriot. Unlike these maggot patriots.
You've heard in a bipartisan way the importance of the Postal Service, particularly to rural Americans. It's a lifeline. And I just, hearing you talk about how there's going to need to be reductions in service because you don't have the cash. When most Americans have just watched us launch a war that we think is going to cost at least $80 billion. You can imagine how that hits to someone who says, how do we not have the ability to fund my rural postal delivery so I can get my medication or vital information in my post box, but we somehow have money for everything else. So I encourage you to advocate and push back where you can. And we want to succeed. We want the post office to succeed. But I want to follow up on some of the lines of questioning that we had on this side of the aisle, particularly from Senator Peters on the role of the U.S. Post Office in our elections. Because I can't think of something that's more important than our democracy and making sure we have free and fair elections. But the U.S. Postal Service is now part of this bigger story of this president desperate to federalize our elections. He has tried every which way to say that if he and his party don't win in these November elections, they were rigged. He said it in the State of the Union. And now we have this new rule that you've put out saying that states have to turn over their voting rolls and you, the U.S. Postal Service, will decide, okay, who's approved to send their ballot through the mail. It's just another backdoor way of trying to influence this election. And to show the level of obsession that this president has, he's literally left the leader, Mr. Thune, Senator Thune, on the stage right now and canceled the signing of a housing bill like 8 minutes ago until we pass the SAVE Act, this obsession he has, which will disenfranchise a huge number of voters. So he's obsessed with this and he's pulled in the U.S. Postal Service. Have you ever voted by mail?
I have not.
Do you believe that a piece of mail that's put in a mailbox should be sent no matter what? Do you believe that is your obligation?
We have a lot of different rules. I mean, if you want a yes or no answer, I'd say no. I mean, obviously, if it's dangerous, if it doesn't.
I'm not talking about an inflammatory thing. A letter that is not a threat. Just a piece of mail that is not a weapon. It's not a threat. It's a ballot. Do you believe right now it is your obligation to send that ballot to its intended recipient?
Yeah, we send every piece of mail that we send in accordance with our regulations and the mailman.
But the state of Michigan's about to start mail-in voting end of June for our primary. If a 60-year-old woman in Grayling, Michigan puts that ballot after June 25th into one of the U.S. Postal Service's mailboxes, as she's done for many elections, will you direct the Postal Service to deliver that ballot?
I don't have to direct the Postal Service to do that because we do that every day. That is exactly what.
So then why are you demanding actually that for Michigan's voter rolls in other states to be presented to you? The president has sued us, okay? We're in court right now. He sued us and a bunch of other states for our voting rolls. So he's obsessed with this. The Constitution gives the right to states to execute elections. So you are a pawn in this, unfortunately. I don't think you're a bad person from what I know of you. You run a big company, but you are part of a much bigger story that's playing out literally on a stage right now. And so if you don't get Michigan's voter rolls for the general election in November, will you move those ballots in your mailboxes?
Remember, right now, we only have a proposed rule, so there are no new rules.
But have you proposed it?
We will move those.
You've proposed it?
We did.
Okay, so
we will move those ballots in accordance with whatever rule is in effect at that point in time.
So, but you proposed it, it's your rule, right?
We did, yes.
Okay, so you want it to pass?
Yes, I mean, as I said before, this is not something that's new. This is something that we've been recommending for many, many, many years. And again, it's a process that is followed by a lot of states already. States like California and Oregon. States like
I think you're conflating, I think, some of the things. I have no problem with a barcode being put on a piece of mail and following like that. But I just think it's important to understand, especially since you are a lawyer, not this kind of lawyer, but you are a lawyer, that you are being used as part of a much bigger story that this president is trying to play out, where he does not believe elections that he loses are valid elections. He's willing to do just about anything to show that he's actually a big winner, no matter what he does. And I just ask you, as a professional, as someone who's done serious things in your life, please push back on being a pawn in this authoritarian playbook. The Postal Service is one of the most important institutions in our country. Don't taint it with the obsession of this one man. Please push back. Go back.
Senator Ernst.
Yeah, she grilled him good. Good job, Senator Slotkin.
Thank you, Postmaster General, for being here today. We've talked a little bit about the rural delivery. I think so many of us have constituents that reside outside of that 50-mile perimeter that the post office wanted us to focus their deliveries on around those regional processing and distribution centers. That's basically what the Delivering for America plan did. And unfortunately, it's left a lot of our rural Americans behind because, again, they live outside of those 50-mile circles around these distribution centers. And in early 2025, I think the PRC, the Postal Regulatory Commission, seemed to agree with the problem, and it recommended that the Postal Service reconsider its plan, the DFA plan, because so many of those rural communities will experience
I don't know what's up with this lady's voice, but it resonates deep in my ears or something.
Downgrading of service standards, and we have seen that. So, Postmaster General, what is the Postal Service doing under your leadership now to make sure that we're protecting the delivery to all of our rural constituents?
Yeah, and it's a great question, and it's not just rural constituents; it's all constituents, right? We have not been.
Oh yeah, what's her name?
We should be in delivering to all of America. And as I look at it, and again, I've been here 10 months. I would say that I've been here not a long period of time, but long enough to be able to see the core issue, right? And the core issue is that we built this vast network. The network we built is Logistics 101, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is hub and spoke, which has been every single logistics company in the history of the world since 1955 when Delta Airlines invented it. Every logistics company uses it. So the system that we've put in place makes total sense. The problem is we didn't learn how to operate that system as we were building it, right? And so what you've seen over the last 18 months is really some pretty dramatic increases in our service rates because we're actually starting to understand how to manage the network effectively. You'll continue to see that. You'll continue to see improvements in service. But I will tell you what irritates me more than anything is what we call the tail of the mail, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think that constituents care if they get their mail in 2 days or 3 days or 3 days or 4 days. What they care about is when they get that wedding invitation after the wedding.
Right.
If they get a bill and it's already overdue.
Yeah.
And that is a different animal. That is not a network issue. That's a visibility of the piece issue. And that's where we're 100% focused right now. Because I would tell you, I would rather have 100% of the mail delivered within a reasonable period of time than saying, let's just have 95% delivered in a certain period of time. The other 5% we don't care.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I appreciate that. We've got to modernize. I understand the hub and spoke logistical model. That's important. But we realize as demographics shift or population shift, and there just has to be modernization along the way. I'm going to hit on the zip code issue as well. I know everyone has issues with this. I have a bill with several other colleagues this year to correct a number of those zip codes. And I'm going to hit on a community in Iowa that's been experiencing a lot of difficulties. Urbandale, Iowa, it was incorporated in 1917, became a community. So well over a century now. This community of 47,000 people has 6 different zip codes, and the mail is continuously directed to the wrong post offices. So mail is ending up in the next community over, and people are chasing down the mail. They have people that have to leave their school to go drive to the next community over to get their postal deliveries. We have medical centers that have mail misdirected to another community. So it has been a big issue, and the city has routinely been ignored, and they have exhausted all of their appeals now. So it has been a really big issue. And the post office continually comes back and says, oh, no, it's about tax collection or whatever. Okay, a lot of excuses out there. But I'm sorry, this is one community with 6 different postal codes. It's 47,000 people. It's got to be addressed. We shouldn't have to pass this legislation to address this situation, but we're going to have to, because we feel we've been ignored and put off for way too long. So I'm just raising that issue in front of you today so you understand this is a great frustration with, I think in this bill, we have, I don't know how many communities, maybe 75 communities we're going to try and address. And then I also want to address what Senator Scott brought up, talking about the marketing mail. I actually do have a bill that would...
I have no idea who this lady is. But her voice is like, it's like something's up with her voice where it just like resonates deep into my brain or something. It's interesting. It's like high pitch or like high frequency voice.
This and help you out considerably. So it's a bill addressing political junk mail, because I'm sorry, Republicans and Democrats alike, We're sending out a lot of flyers at a discounted price, and we should disallow that. Okay, political committees, you name it, our own committees, we should have to pay the full price to send out the political junk mail. And you know, I enjoy it. I'm in this world. But you know what? When I get those political flyers in the mail at home, I also am using the recycling bin. Okay, so again,
Oh, there it is. You're right. It does say it. It says Senator Ernst. Yeah, I've been watching these hearings and stuff for like last year, and I've never heard or seen this lady before. Senator Ernst
would require the Postal Service to send mail from those qualified political committees at a regular rate. So we see 2.3 billion pieces of political mail every single year. And that would certainly contribute to your revenue stream if we got rid of that discounted rate.
It is the amazing thing that I say about this organization is that it's the law of large numbers, right? 2.3 billion times a small amount, a big amount.
It is a huge amount.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the amazing thing about this organization. When you think of 110 billion pieces, it doesn't take a lot to create a lot of revenue.
Exactly. I am well over my time. Thank you for indulging.
Senator Gagne.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. In San Luis, Arizona, the Postal Service does not provide home or mail delivery. That means that residents are forced to retrieve mail from a P.O. box in a local post office. 40 years ago, San Luis was 2,000 people. It is now 35,000 people. It's on the border of the Arizona-Mexico border. As a result, San Luis's sole post office is heavily congested and running out of space and capacity. And also because of backups at the border, when people are crossing the border in the morning or in the evening trying to go back, especially our day laborers, that whole street basically becomes a wall. It's nearly impossible for our residents in San Luis to either go east or west along that. So I've heard this multiple times. And it's affecting people who can have multiple jobs, are disabled veterans, are having tough times getting to pick up their checks, and it's caused a lot of heartache. We've been asking the post office for, almost.
Yeah, she was just spewing out a bunch of mumbo jumbo, and her voice was annoying.
To ask this, do you think that the post office can find the time, money, and the focus to actually add
that Senator Ernst lady? Yeah, Senator Ernst lady was just spewing out a bunch of mumbo jumbo
in this booming town of 35,000?
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, that is the fundamental question of why we're here today, right? I said it before, to the chairman's point. How do you reduce costs, right? A long time ago, remember, 170 million points of delivery every year, growing by 1 million every year. At the same time that volumes of mail are decreasing by 5 to 8% compounded. That is a recipe for disaster. The math does not work there. So
except the math is not evenly distributed. It's not evenly distributed.
Yeah,
because there are areas of the country.
I'm more than happy.
Because there are areas of the country that are growing versus not growing. So, like if you look at your western states, Texas, Nevada, Arizona,
have that conversation with you. We need to realize, like I said in my comments, we can do whatever you want. We will do whatever you want. Who's going to pay for it, right? And those are the decisions that we have to make every day. Absolutely glad to personally take a look at the situation that you're talking about individually.
I'd actually invite you to come down.
I have to look at it collectively. I can't look at it as 30,000 stops. I've got to look at it as 170 million stops.
Right, but again, because it's not evenly distributed, where growth versus not growth. I think actually being able to see and zero in, especially with the amount of data you have, you could actually find some solutions here. And in terms of money,
love to talk with you all to see.
And in terms of money, that rings very hollow to these communities when they see ballrooms, they see jets, they see stupid wars getting started, and all this money being spent, and all they're asking is for what everyone else gets. By the way, the reason this hurts them is because they see all the other communities around them, and they all get home delivery, right? And they all get home delivery of things that they need now. And now, especially what we're seeing, like the increase in home deliveries of prescription drugs, for example, we're literally affecting people's health. People are missing the opportunity to get their timely prescriptions. This is a rural town. It's tough for them to get a lot of stuff. Mail is one of the few things that actually can be consistent. But over time, it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. So I encourage you, I know you have this whole world you got to look at. I get it. Come down to San Luis, Arizona. Come down at 4 p.m. and see what these residents have been dealing with for almost 40 years. And I guarantee you there could be a solution to that. And maybe it's another, so maybe it's trying to do something on the other side of the street. But anything at this point would be best, because like these families are really being affected and starting to affect business, everything else like that, of that nature.
Glad to have that conversation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Postmaster General, for being here. If maybe offer a suggestion, if you'd be willing to work with our office and our team, let's put together the ideas that you have. I'm intrigued by your incredible success in the business world. Let's put together these ideas. How do we put the package of reform?
Oh man, I can't stand this senator right here. Senator Moreno. This guy's a horrible politician.
Together and move the ball forward and finally get something done, right? Because, one of the things about politics that's different than business is that there's a lot of people who love to talk here, but very seldom actually like to take action. I would like to work with you to get actually some meaningful things done.
Well, thank you.
Now, when I came in, it was interesting. I had my team put together this very fancy binder. It was about post office reform. But the hearing has turned into a mail-in balloting conversation and principles of the Constitution, which is very, very heartwarming to somebody who swore an oath to the Constitution when I became a U.S. citizen. I was 18. So are you familiar by any chance? I don't expect you, but just in case, there was a bill that the Democrats brought up during the Biden administration, and as you know, bills are numbered. So bill number 1 is the first one they do, and then I think we're now in bill number 5,000. But it's called HR 1, and then it was also S1. So meaning it was the number 1 priority of Democrats in the House and Democrats in the Senate. Do you remember what that bill is about?
I do.
You wouldn't. I wouldn't expect you to. I was like, you're a business guy that pays attention to all this stuff. It was called the For the People Act. The Democrats are phenomenal at false advertising. So what the For the People did is it basically nationalized our elections. So this bill that they had that was their number 1 priority was about nationalizing the elections. So I know that we live in a world where there's supreme hypocrisy. But the idea that Democrat witness after Democrat witness, instead of talking about how to fix the post office, we're talking about the scandalous idea that somehow states' rights were being violated. And yet, 3 years ago, they wanted to take over the entire election system for the United States of America, not to give it more voter integrity, but to diminish voter integrity. Universal mail-out ballots, unsolicited ballots that would go out, automatic voter registration, regardless of whether there's a test to see that person is a citizen. And then, Mr. Chairman, you were here, you'll remember, they couldn't get it passed because, of course, here you have to get 60 votes, right? We have to get 60 votes. So what did the Democrats advocate for? What did they fight for to get this passed? They want to get rid of the filibuster. They want to get rid of the filibuster so that they could pass nationalized elections. 3 years later, all of them are testifying to say, it's outrageous, President Trump's trying.
Yeah, I think this guy suffers from MAGA mush brain. We call it MMB. Yeah, he suffers from MMB, MAGA mush brain.
He's not. He's trying to get rid of voter fraud. How dare you guys talk about getting rid of the filibuster? If it wasn't for Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, that would have happened. They would have made D.C. and Puerto Rico a state. They would have packed our Supreme Court. But now, all of a sudden, they dug up from their bottom desk drawer the United States Constitution, and they're appalled as they're here talking to you. It's a total disgrace. But so let me get back. Should we get back to post office stuff now?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a good idea. Let's talk about the post office. How do you see the post office's role in combating scams, illicit activity? How do you see that from your lens?
Yeah, so we have the Postal Inspection Service, by the way, the longest established law enforcement agency in the United States, and they're looking at that constantly. As you can imagine, a lot of those scams go after the most vulnerable, shut-ins, older folks, and we're looking at it. I've talked with our chief inspector, and where we're moving now is more toward hiring agents, not that have a gun and knock on a door, but hiring agents that have a keypad and work on a computer.
we get a lot of information through mail covers and different things like that, where we can find, the question is not how do we stop it after it happens, but how can we start to figure out how to stop it before it happens, right?
So to be fair,
So we've got a number of inspectors working on just that.
well, by the way, thank you for doing that. And so you view it not just, hey, our job is to deliver anything, but because there are scammers out there are bad actors out there, and you do have an important role to say, hey, if somebody's being targeted with a scam or there's some untoward activity, drugs, congratulations, you guys have knocked out a lot of what the drug cartels do, sending illicit drugs through the mail. You view that as a very important piece of what the post office does.
Absolutely.
Right, it's not just, hey, anything's mailed, I don't care what it is, we're just gonna let it go through, correct?
Well, obviously we have rules on what we can and can't do. But yes, we do absolutely view our role as making sure that we protect the American public.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to stop those $4 offers for 2 large pizzas, even though maybe it's unhealthy, right? But you have a role playing making sure bad stuff doesn't happen. So transitioning to that, if the post office inspector were to look at unsolicited mail-out ballots, where you go to an apartment complex and one unit is receiving 6 ballots, that's a problem, right? Meaning, if there's only one human being that lives in that apartment and that one human being is receiving 6 ballots, none of which are in their name because they've been turned over to movement, you wouldn't just suggest, and my Democrat colleagues have left, Elvis has left the building here, but you would not suggest that one person receive ballots that they didn't ask for that aren't even in their name. You would view that and go, wow, this is a problem, correct?
Well, we would, anytime we see what we would consider potential illegal activity, obviously there's search warrants, there's different rules you have to follow. But that's what our Postal Inspection Service is there for, is to look for those type of situations. And, we don't open mail, we don't stop the delivery of mail, but we can certainly go to other agencies from a law enforcement point of view.
Say, hey, this is a problem. We're seeing this potentially illegal activity.
Yeah.
No, I totally understand. I just want to give a quick anecdote. I was asked by the government to go down to where I was born, Columbia, South America, and monitor the election down there. They don't allow mail-in balloting. And I asked the registrar, I said, well, why don't you allow people to vote by mail? There's some people who can't get to the polling locations, et cetera. And obviously we're in Columbia, so we're speaking Spanish. He turned to his aide and said, I don't think the senator is saying the right words. I'm not understanding his question. So I repeated it, and he looked at me quizzically and he said, well, if you just mailed somebody a ballot without knowing who they were, who's receiving it, that would open the door to massive fraud. You'd have to be totally and completely insane to run an election that way. This is a country with a GDP of the size of LA, lecturing the United States of America on why our elections should be run better. And I think we should look at that as a moment of opportunity.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, welcome. Good to see you. I want to show you a picture, if I could, just to start.
Oh my goodness. Back-to-back clowns right here. Moreno and Hawley. Both these senators are very similar. They're just like both smug little pricks. Like everything Moreno was saying right now is just all bogus.
This is North St. Louis, Missouri. This is April 29th of this year. This is right around North Taylor Avenue. This is a pile of mail. Thousands of pieces of mail. Tax documents, prescription drugs, bills, utility communications from companies, thousands and thousands of documents. As you might imagine, the residents of St. Louis, when this was discovered on April 29th, were absolutely outraged, not least because the mail has been slow and not delivered and missing targets for years now. And here we have thousands of pieces of mail. Some of the postmarks here, this wasn't going across the country. You have letters here that were just going across town that had been dumped in this pile. Now, the Postal Service promised the public and me, when this was discovered, that there'd be a full listing of this.
Hey, how's it going, Waffle? Hey, what do you think of the Keir Starmer situation.
We would find out what happened, and we have a full and total investigation and complete transparency. And since that time, I've heard nothing. That was April. I've heard nothing. What's the answer?
My answer would be, when you put up that in front of me, I'm outraged.
Well, what have you done about
And I think everybody in the Postal Service that bleeds postal blue would be outraged.
Well, but what have you done about it? That was months ago. What have you done since then?
Since this is the first time I've heard about it.
How is this possibly the first time you've heard about it since I've written to you? Members of the delegation have written to you. Listen, I get thousands of pieces of mail a week about the post office. People's mail not being delivered. Here it is in a pile. And you're telling me this is the first time you've heard about it?
It's the first time I've heard about it.
Don't you think that's kind of exceptional? What's going on in the management of the Postal Service?
Senator, because
you don't know?
I don't think I have heard about it.
What's going on in the management of the Postal Service that you've got a pile of thousands of pieces of mail in a major city? And this is the first time you're the Postmaster General. You're telling me it's the first time you've heard about it. Who works for you?
600.
What's going on?
640,000 people.
Well, maybe you want to fire some of them. Do you think that this is doing the job?
I think that's outrageous.
You're missing your targets all over my state. Let's take a look at another picture. Your targets for on-time delivery in my state, which were not good to begin with, are just in the 90s, meaning that you can miss it 10% of the time and give yourself an A grade. But start looking there in 2024, 2025, you're hitting your on-time delivery targets 76% of the time, maybe. That means fully a quarter of the time, best case scenario, people's mail in my state is not being delivered to them on time. Is this acceptable?
It's absolutely not acceptable.
Well, why is it not changing?
It is changing. If you actually look at the numbers, you'll see the numbers have been increasing.
It is not changing. That's this year. That is April of this year. Just last year, the Inspector General, when I asked him to do an audit of the St. Louis Distribution Center, the Inspector General told me it was the worst case of lack of on-time delivery, the worst case of distribution problems he had ever seen, ever, in an audit that he had done. Ever. What's been changed since then?
If you look at the service scores, I would commend you to go online. We publish our service scores weekly.
I don't want to go online. I want you to come here with answers because you're the Postmaster General of the United States. I don't want to have you come here and be told you don't know what's going on in my home state. I've written to you, when I have called you, when my residents have called you and asked you, when they're paying their taxes and they're paying these Postal Service marks and increases, I don't want to be told, go online. I want answers. And the other thing I want to know is, why are you getting bonuses and members of your staff getting bonuses for this kind of performance? Let's take a look. Just look at the numbers. The Postmaster Generals of this country in the last 10 years have gotten bonuses over $2 million. You got a bonus last year, $305,781. Why? Why are you getting bonuses when my constituents can't get the mail?
Senator, I don't control bonuses. Our board of
Will you pledge not to take them?
Pardon me?
Will you pledge not to take them?
Will you pledge to reward our people?
Oh, no. Don't turn it around. You are in charge of the Postal Service, and we have given you everything you've asked for. Just 3 years ago, this Congress allotted tens of billions of dollars to the Postal Service. I'm glad you think it's funny, Postmaster General. You think that this situation is funny. Let the record reflect the Postmaster General is laughing as he gets asked why he's taking bonuses while there's piles of undelivered mail in my state. It's a disgrace. It is an absolute disgrace.
Let the record reflect that I was laughing when you said we've been given everything we've asked for.
You have been given an opportunity to deliver the mail, and you're here laughing about it. You are here telling me you don't know, you're unprepared, and let the record reflect you won't pledge not to take bonuses. So you're going to keep on taking them? Is that what you're telling me? Yes or no? Will you refuse bonuses so long as the mail goes undelivered?
Any piece of mail?
Yes or no? Will you refuse bonuses until the mail gets delivered? Yes or no?
What mail?
Oh, this is extraordinary. In other words,
no,
you don't know. You want the money. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I am absolutely astounded at this today, General. Well, you should be. And frankly, if things don't get better, you ought to resign. because you're not doing the job. You're leaving your good postal workers out there. You're hanging them out to dry. They don't make near what you do. They're working their butts off. They're getting blamed, and you're getting the bonus. We got a big problem.
Thomas expired.
And based on what I've seen today, you're part of it.
I have a follow-up question on this. The piles of mail that were depicted in the picture, I guess near St. Louis, can you look at that mail and find out the day it was supposed to be delivered and who the delivery person was?
Yes,
on that day?
absolutely.
So,
and I would expect, I do not know every detail of every piece of mail that we have, but I would expect that there has been.
My follow-up question is I think the senator and the committee deserves to know. So I would think within a week you should be able to get back to us with a report, because it would take me about 30 minutes to look at that mail and the address and the timestamp and to say Joe Smith was delivering the mail that day and Joe Smith dumped it. And really, Joe Smith should be indicted by now, because I'm guessing that's felony to.
I would totally agree with you.
Yeah. So, but will you get back to us within a week with some kind of update on that?
I think, Senator, we can get back to you within an hour. My guess is that our folks know exactly what's going on there.
All right. And if it doesn't involve an indictment, we're going to want to know why and why someone, if that person still works for the post office, that's a problem.
I would like to know that too, if that's the case.
But see what you can do on that.
Absolutely.
You mentioned that you've hired a preeminent restructuring firm. They've completed a report for you? Or
Pardon me?
You said you had hired a preeminent restructuring firm to look at the post office. Has that report been given to you?
No, they're in the process of putting that together.
When will that be completed?
I'm not absolutely sure, but I'm certain that there's a lot of findings in draft form. But I'm not. I haven't asked them when.
And will that report be sent to us?
I'm glad to do it.
I would send it to the committee. You can start with the chair and the ranking member, and then others who want it as well, because that's exactly what we need is someone, somebody who restructures a business. That's what you do if you're at Waste Management losing money, but you would react. And I really think ultimately it's part of the answer, but I think it's also when we have these hearings, there still is too much of, oh, well, Congress hasn't let me do all these things, so I can't. There is truth to that, and Congress should. But there's also truth to the fact that the hiring freeze can save $3 billion a year. You say it's in place. Let's make sure. We'd like the information to know that it is I understand if the vice president of the post office resigns, you replace them. But most all of the other jobs through attrition, we also should have a concerted strategy. The only way to save money, the government is not efficient. They're not bad people, but you don't have a profit motive and you have too many restrictions. So you will never, not you, but the post office will never be efficient. They will never be good at anything. The only way to make them more efficient is to outsource to companies that have to make a profit. And so you have to look at this and you have to aggressively do it. You have to aggressively do the opposite of what DeJoy was doing. And so you have to aggressively do the things you're allowed to do. So hiring freeze and outsourcing are the two simple things you can do. Anything you can stop that he put in place that isn't already going, I don't think there's the hope that you're going to, somehow outcompete Amazon or UPS or something. And so you really shouldn't be trying to get more into their business. You should be trying to have less business, period. And you should have less of the government doing any business that you're involved with, because I think you'd still lose money. If you outsourced 100%, you'd still lose money. And I'm more than interested in, the idea of combining the PRC. It would take legislation to do that. But in the meantime, everything within your power to bug the PRC, as well as talking to us as well to get the permission to raise the rates. Nobody likes higher rates, but we also don't like a $9 billion, loss every year. So all these things have to be done. If we truly were saving, I think you said, $2 billion on transportation and $3 billion on hiring, that would be $5 billion. That would mean that the deficit this coming year would be about 4 instead of 9.
And then remember, if we are allowed to invest our FERS assets just in a very conservative manner, and if the CSRS allocation gets done the way it should be done, that everybody agrees it should be done, that eliminates about 60% of the loss right there.
But My guess is it won't be 4 billion next year. What's the projection for when do you total up your deficit for the year? Is it with our fiscal calendar September 30th or when?
Yes, and again, we look at it controllable, non-controllable.
Right. But I know, but there's a number. So last year it was what, 9.5 billion?
If the controllable was closer to 3.
The deficit, we just got to go with the deficit for the year. 9.5 billion. We can't paper it over or make it something it's not. So 9.5 billion. What's your projection for it in the current year we're in?
Well, again, because of the actuarial of the accounting stuff, I don't pay attention to the non-controllable loss. We pay attention to the controllable loss. We're thinking that's around 2.8 billion.
What's the deficit going to be though? What are you going to lose this year? Is it going to still be around 9?
Again, you have to look at retirement actuarial numbers.
But
it'll be in that $9 to $10 billion number.
So you can see how just sort of hearing these numbers, they don't really add up. If you save $2 billion on transportation and it was 9.5 last year, then you'd be at 7.5.
Well, you got to cover inflation, right? You got inflation.
Well, I know, but the thing is the numbers aren't adding up. So
that would have been funny. He said, well, you got to cover Trump's illegal tariffs and unlawful war.
You're trying to do some savings, but if you had 2 plus 3, that's 5. Minus 9.5, you'd be at 4.5. The numbers aren't adding up. So the deficit's going to be just as bad next year as it was the last year. And it's getting worse. And so all of these things, it is crunched on, but you really have to show us that you're doing everything possible. And you have to reverse what DeJoy did. DeJoy messed it up and made it worse. He broke it. It was already broken, and he re-broke it and scrambled it into 1,000 pieces. You've got to do the opposite of everything he was doing. Everything he was doing was making the post office lose more money. And you are constrained. But outsourcing to a company that has to make a profit is one way to save money, and not hiring anybody and trying to get the employees to do the work. And then ultimately, really, the country needs to address the situation. You can fix your bottom line by going to 4 days delivery. And I think at first people would be upset by that. Some people might be. Some people would be happy that they get less junk mail, frankly. And you could still offer 6-day delivery if people are willing to pay the service for it. Have a fee if you want 6 day, and 4 days is free. Or so-called free. And all of a sudden it would change overnight. I know you can't do that, but when we see the report from the preeminent restructuring firm, whoever that is, they should be addressing that, because that's how you fix it. And you can call it controllable and uncontrollable, but you have to put, it's important for us to see both. Controllables on you, uncontrollables on us. Mm-hmm. And I hope that's part of their report. If it's not, I hope you will ask them to make that part of your report. And I talked so long, and I have another member go, man, I should have quit 5 minutes ago. Nothing personal.
Oh boy, I get to stay longer.
Nothing personal. Senator Blumenthal.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't want to interrupt your eloquent closing, but.
Oh, nice. Yo, we got Senator Blumenthal in the house. Blumenthal's awesome.
Making my entrance before now. Let me ask you first a question which I think applies generally to your performance in the job. Will you commit that when we have specific questions about post offices, about postal service in Connecticut or elsewhere, that you will respond within a timely period?
Absolutely, and I hope we've been doing that.
And I know you've probably been asked about that in the past. I want to ask you about the recent executive order. I'm sure you've been asked about it so far, and I apologize. I've been in the Judiciary Committee meeting, but the United States Postal Service is not an election administration agency, is it?
No, absolutely not.
And you have no constitutional authority to review ballots or deny postal service to someone mailing in a ballot, do you?
I don't remember my constitutional law class that well, so I'd have to defer that to lawyers.
Well, I think you know enough constitutional law to answer this question. The United States Postal Service has no role whatsoever in reviewing balloting or mail-in ballots under current law, does it?
I'm not trying to be obtuse here, but reviewing, I'm not sure what you mean by reviewing.
Well, the President's executive order says that the Postal Service should somehow review voter lists and then refuse to deliver mail, in effect.
No, we don't review the voter list. So the voter list for us is like a manifest, right? And so the state gives us the list of voters that they want ballots to go to, and then they give us the ballots. We match the ballots with the list, and we can tell the state, yes, all the ballots that you say are going to the right people are going, or no, different ballots are going, or maybe you missed some ballots. You know, it's what I said earlier. It really is trying to help the state make sure that the ballots that they send to the voters actually get there and get to those voters. And so it's strictly a manifest for us to make sure that the right ballots are going to the right people.
And do you have authority to deny delivery of ballots?
Not under the current rules. Our proposed rules would say that if we don't have that manifest, that we can't move the mail.
But you're not going to refuse to deliver ballots to a voter that the states say is registered.
Yeah, absolutely not.
And you're not going to review the legitimacy of whether someone is properly registered.
No, not our function. We deliver mail.
And what if states say to you, we would just as soon you not do that kind of review?
Do the manifest and the ballots?
Correct.
Under the proposed rule, we would then not deliver that mail.
Well, you would refuse to deliver mail if states would prefer that you not do the matching?
Yeah, if they don't comply with a valid rule, again, as you know, the rules, they're proposed rules, they're not final rules. We have a comment period that we're looking at, but under the proposed rules, that would be correct.
You agree with the proposed rule?
I think what I think is that we need to be efficient and accurate in moving ballots. When you look at what we've suggested to states now for years and years and years and years, it is exactly this rule. If you look at it, whether it's Connecticut, Michigan, California, we have something we call Kit 600, and we have a lot of people that educate your folks in the state as to how to do it. The Kit 600 recommends unique barcodes, unique envelope.
Well, if the state of Connecticut says to you, we want you to deliver mail-in ballots without conducting your purported, supposed, so-called review, which is unconstitutional, you will deliver the mail to Connecticut voters. Is that correct?
I'm confused. Under the proposed rule or under current rules?
Under the Constitution of the United States, you have an obligation. You run the Postal Service. You deliver the mail. You don't review ballots or registration. Nobody said you should. The Founding Fathers didn't envision that kind of review. This proposed.
Hey, that's awesome, Eric. That's cool. You got to go to see a World Cup game? Awesome. Congratulations.
Is bogus, and I want your commitment that you will deliver the mail, including mail-in ballots, to Connecticut voters without conducting this bogus sham review.
Yeah, look, we'll deliver every piece of mail that meets our then current regulations.
Well, your regulations should not include a review or second guessing the state on who its electors are, correct?
I think that our proposed rule is, as you know, subject to litigation. We'll see how that all turns out.
Well, I guess we will see, but it will probably be in court.
That's the reason he's trying to do that bogus unlawful save act, because he's trying to, he's panicking because he knows the MAGA movement's dead. So they're trying to do this like save act to like, it's like their last ditch effort to like save their floundering movement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to thank Mr. Steiner for joining us today to share his testimony with the committee. The record for this hearing will remain open till 5 p.m.
Hey, that was a good ending to that hearing, Senator Blumenthal. So that's pretty much the end of that hearing. They gavelled out. But hey, guys, I'm gonna gavel out myself. I ran out of some midnight oil. It's almost gonna be 4 a.m. over here in Los Angeles, California. So yeah, I'm gonna knock out, guys. Thanks for hanging out, everyone, and sharing your opinions. It was nice to have some friendly banter and whatnot. But happy Friday to everyone out there. Hope you guys will have a good weekend. Thanks for everyone that voted. Let's see. So it looks like 63% out of 341 votes think that Trump's trying to rig the elections. And I vote yes myself because, look what he did on January 6th. He's such a big orange baby, he just can't take an L. But anyways, we got the blue wave tsunami. It's going to be too big to rig, guys. So hang in there another 4 months and we'll take back the House and the Senate. All right, we'll have some more. There's a bunch more hearings I want to watch, so stay tuned. I'll post up tomorrow night again. And there's a hearing starring Jamie Raskin regarding like the airline industry. That one looks pretty interesting. I'm gonna watch that tomorrow probably. But all right, you guys, peace out.